Hello, I'm live, and Chelle is on her way, but Chelle's on her way, but she is just a little bit late. So I'm excited to do some productivity sprints to get some stuff done and spend some time with Chelle when she gets here. How's everybody else doing? I am currently doing math homework because I haven't done any yet this weekend, and it's all due tonight at midnight. So that's what I'm struggling with. Um, it's not bad. It's just I'm getting kind of to the point in the term where I'm a little burnt out, and then I think I'm just getting really burnt out because I'm getting close to my internship, which starts next term. So I'm like, I'm kind of done, which is not good because I'm not actually done. Let's see. Hey, Kayla, you're journaling. I have not done any journals. I haven't done any journaling since my last time. I didn't do any for November, so I'm glad you're doing it and representing for us. Hey, Alicia, how you doing? What are you up to today? Are you going to be reading, being productive? One of the things I have to do probably when we do the first sprint is it's going to get freezing tonight. We're going to have some snow possibilities. So we want to put all the outdoor plants that don't handle the don't handle freeze well. We're going to put them in the garage. So that's one of the plans to do during a sprint. Hi, Ruby. Working on my reading journal. You and Kayla are doing a good job. Fantastic. Hey, Jez. How's it going? What are you doing? Natalie. Hello, Natalie. Hello. Hoping to finish editing my end of the year tag video. Fantastic. Everybody's been coming out with those. And then get some reading done. We'll be here till 5 if you go that long. Then I got to make Mexican rice and tacos. Ooh, that sounds really good. What kind of tacos? I haven't had tacos in a really long time. That sounds delicious. So that sounds great. I imagine we'll be here until 5. As I said when I first came on, I'll be doing math homework. So however long we decide to do that for. Oops. Hi, Jessica. Working on a puzzle and reading some. What kind of puzzle? Like what? How many pieces and like what is it? What's the image on it? I love puzzles. I'm going to try and read The Dragon's Promise, and I need to put laundry away. Yeah. If I need breaks in between the math homework, I have just started City of Lost Souls, so I have to read 89 pages of that today because I'm trying to stay on track to be able to have this finished by the Bookstara discussion on Friday. So that's what I'm reading if I get a chance to read. And Magda says, happy birthday, Chelle. Yeah, we'll definitely say happy birthday to her when she gets here. And yes, Mom says we'll sing to her when we get on. So yes, we will sing once Shelly gets on. Let's see. Hey, Naomi. I'm going to get through as many arcs as possible. Fantastic. That's a great thing. And I really have given up on arcs in the last year, so I haven't done any arcs probably since last year. Yeah. Maybe even, yeah, I think I may have had some last year, but nothing this year. So I'm glad we have people actually reading arcs and giving reviews for those new books. Crocheting and Reading Drinking Midnight Wine by Simon R. Green. Oh, I think I have a Simon R. Green book. I feel like I have one. Is that a series, Jez? Hey, Alita, welcome. What are you up to? Naomi says they're all around 250 pages, so I hope to knock out a few. That would be fantastic. I like those little short books that help you feel like, okay, I'm getting something accomplished. Hey, Amber, going to read What I Don't Know. Oh, What I Don't Know. Taking a little break from the last minute planning of my wedding. Oh, how exciting. I hope that's going smoothly. And I hope that it's not feeling super overwhelming because I know that that can be really overwhelming. So I hope you're having a good time with that. But yeah, I'm glad you're taking a break. You need time. You need breaks. You need to rest so that you feel relaxed for the big day. That's really exciting. Congratulations. But do you have ideas of things you want to read? Do you want us to help you to make that decision? Like, do you have some things we could put up for votes? Alita's cleaning my hamster's cage and listening to audiobook. What audiobook, Alita? Natalie says, ugh, he just reminded me I forgot to buy beef. Now I either need to leave early or eat chicken sausage. Sorry, Natalie. I know that's rough, isn't it? But tacos still sounds are really good. Thousand Piece called the Mystic Maze. It's from the Magic Puzzle Company. It's taking me forever, but I love it. Ooh, the Mystic Maze. That sounds like a lot of fun. Sounds like it's complex and maybe a little tricky. Hi, Jean. I'm going to do year-end reviews for work. Woohoo! Oh, that sounds. Yeah, I'm doing unfun stuff too. Yeah, yeah, and I'm currently learning about algebra, and I'm like how to teach algebra to kids, and you start teaching algebra even from like kindergarten with the different ways of looking at patterns and trying to find generalizations about numbers. And I realized when I started this chapter that I'm not very comfortable with patterns, and I think that's because I didn't really get that learning when I was younger of thinking about patterns and how to generalize stuff. So like this has been kind of a hard section for me. So I'm hoping I get algebra so that because I'm not going to be teaching algebra like to middle schoolers, but you have to teach, there is algebraic thinking that you have to incorporate into like the standards and stuff. So I'm like, not my most favorite math subject. You'll need to do a long sprint so I can run out. Yes. Okay. Well, we're going to probably do I have my little sprint wheel. So we'll probably do our little sprint wheel and hopefully we'll get a long one for you, Natalie. Hi, I'm currently reading a nonfiction book on time perception. Oh, what's it called? I'd be curious to know what that is because have I read anything like that before? Maybe not. Is it like physics based? But I might jump around throughout the sprints to do other books as well. Yeah, get a little bit of just like a little bit of a break for your brain. Gonna be reading A Destiny of Dragons and working on my challenge pot for my TBR game. Ooh, that's exciting. That's fun. Okay, Destiny of Dragons, fantastic. Going to start Clockwork Prince. Sorry, Chelle. We'll start Sanderson afterwards. Yeah, so mom's also reading The Infernal Devices at the moment. And she was going to start City of Lost Souls, but I need to get to it first because I'm a host. So she's going to start with the next Clockwork, next Infernal Devices. Anna says, fun, Jez, fun making anything in particular. I have a sweater vest project as my current, I don't know what WIP is, but that's because I'm not a crocheter or knitter or anything. I have some of the Nightside. I have some of his Nightside series, but this one is a one-off. Okay. Yeah, I swear I do have a Simon R. Green book. Did I get it from you, Jezzy? I don't know. Maybe. The Roughest Draft by Emily Wibberley and Austin Siegmund Broca. That's the audiobook you're listening to. The Roughest Draft is that like a romance? Like a sports romance? I hated math as a student, but I love as a teacher. Yeah, you got this, Amy. Yeah, it's funny, Alita, because I've learned so much about math through my education courses. Like, my foundation in math was really not very strong. And so I have rebuilt my foundation in math. So this has been a really awesome experience for me, just improving my own math skills. But it also makes me feel more comfortable in thinking about teaching math because I was really nervous. Like, math was the one subject I was like, oh, I don't know how comfortable I feel teaching math, but I'm feeling a lot more comfortable thanks to these classes. Just a blanket and a shawl at the moment. I usually have quite a few going at once. Work in progress. Thank you, Alita. I totally read that as jumping through sprints. Maybe I should nap instead. Jumping through sprints. What did I say? Maybe I should nap. I don't remember anything. I've been having fuzzy memories lately. Like, not fuzzy memories, a fuzzy brain lately. I feel like for the last couple of weeks, I am doing well in school. I'm doing fine. Like, I can use my brain, but my memory seems to be shot, and I don't know why that is. Certain things I've been struggling with more lately. It's a little frustrating. Magda says, where is everyone else commenting? What do you mean, Magda? Where is everyone else commenting? What are we talking about? It was the time book comment. Everyone else commenting. That my brain may be really just very fuzzy because I don't quite understand. Hello, Mac. How you doing? Welcome. What are you up to, Mac? Love algebra, but how my mind does math is not how they teach it now. No, you're right. Very strategy based. Very different than how we learned how I learned. I mean, I learned very algorithmically thinking, and it's a big change. It's been a good change for me. I understand it a lot more now, like the actual reasoning behind math and what the purpose of it is makes a lot more sense to me now, but it is very different. It has been very different to get used to, for sure. I really liked, I think she means roughest, oh, it's a book, the toughest draft, roughest draft. It's a bookish book. Okay, so it's not a, it's not a sports romance. See, Alita says it kind of reminds me of People We Meet on Vacation by Emily Henry. It might end up being a romance, halfway done and not so romantic yet. Okay, so it's probably more about the roughest draft, meaning like draft of a book. That makes sense. It was the time book comment. Oh, was the name of the book that Leanna was talking about? Was that Leanna? Wasn't that you that was talking about the time you're reading a time book? Or no? Am I getting confused? I am. I think I am. I need Chelle. Here she comes. I need her to help me stay on track because my brain is. I need you, Chelle.
Sorry, I'm late. Let's get it started. Let's get it started.
Alicia says my brain fuzz has been pretty bad too. Thanks. Hey, Chelle, how's it going?
It's going.
All the comments are here in the live chat, Magda. Never mind, had to reset YouTube. Okay, that's what it was. Magda was having struggles with that. And now Leanna's saying it's an older book, but still useful as an overview psychological perspective about time inventing the fourth dimension. Ooh, interesting. Okay. Psychological perspective, though. That's interesting. Okay. I figured it out. I was talking about how I have brain fuzz these days. And I'm like, then there were a couple of comments on here that I was like, I can't tie that back somehow. My brain is not working. Okay, so before we do anything else, we have to sing Happy Birthday to Chelle. So everybody get your voice ready. No. I know we can't hear you, but we'll just imagine that you're singing along with us. 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Chelle.
We love you.
Happy birthday to you.
And many more. Birthday girl.
Yay! What a birthday girl. How's it going?
It goes.
Time of your life.
Yeah, that must be it.
Let's see. How are you doing? What are you up to? What are you going to be reading or doing?
I'm not sure yet. At some point, I have to get the stuff out of my car because we just got here.
How's your birthday going so far?
It was a little busy. We had the play last night, and we didn't get back to the house until like 10:30, and I ended up staying up till like 1 o'clock reading.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and then we
Mom
got
stayed
up.
up till 4:30.
Yeah, nice. We got up, and Nathaniel made breakfast for us.
I saw that.
That didn't get finished till like 11:30, so we were like, since we were supposed to eat lunch before I left. So, yeah, we ate pretty close together. So it was a lot of eating in a very concentrated amount of time. And I was planning on leaving at 1:30 to get here in time to like put my face on and do this, and that didn't happen. We didn't leave until a little after 2, and I'm like, I'm already going to be late.
Oh, no. Well, you look stunning, so don't worry.
Thank
you. So I've just been catching up with everybody, seeing how everybody's doing, and I've just been going through the comments, and that's pretty much it so far. I said that I have my little sprint wheel. Do you want me to use that as our sprint decider?
All right. Sounds good.
And I figured because we know that I'm so terrible at actually being productive during sprints, I think that maybe we can set a timer for 15 minutes of chat time in between each sprint so that we actually get through some sprints.
Oh, all right.
We'll see if we stick to it. But obviously we're not going to right now because, but maybe we'll do that to try and actually be productive because I'd have a lot of math homework.
That sounds exciting.
So do you have any book options or of things aside from bringing stuff in from the car?
I don't know if I set up my laptop to do this on my laptop instead of my phone. I have some books I'm reading on my phone. Else, I got some books today for my birthday, so I could start one of those. We'll see.
We have a gift for you, which obviously we have not sent yet. I think it's not there. Mom wants to share it with you now, though. She wants to see your reaction. Okay, so.
Oh, yay!
So we actually met the author, and he did like a seminar, which we didn't make it to in time. But yeah, so we got this for you, so you can plan out our next
Nice.
normal adventure.
Our next haunted road trip.
Yes,
I'll get that mailed out to you right away. Because we need to plan our next adventure.
My mommy got me.
The next one.
Oh.
That's the second in the Winter's Orbit.
And then Nathaniel got me.
He told me about that. He asked me if you'd read it.
Oh, okay. I got to get those.
Cafe con lychee. Nice.
Yeah.
I like it. Is it lychee or lychee? I never remember. I don't know how it's pronounced. Lychee? Lychee?
I think it's lychee. I think we want to say lychee because it's more English.
It's got the Y sound, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Or the Y.
I think it's lychee. I could be wrong though.
Yeah, I don't know either.
But, yeah. Jesse got me some books too, but I won't get those until tomorrow.
Yeah, obviously, because we're so terrible about getting presents out on time.
Yay, books!
Yeah. I was thinking about what I was going to get you, and I had completely forgot that we picked that up for you when we were at this event thing. And I was like, oh my gosh, we got to get this for Chelle.
Haunted road trips.
Mm-hmm.
My favorite.
One of the things we love doing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
so that you could scare me to death.
Yeah, and I can laugh at you for being so scared.
Hey, me too.
and all the believers. I'm finding your lips and your voice don't match up on my YouTube, on my TV. Oh, I hope that the internet looks like it's okay on my end, Jean, so I hope that everything is matching up. I know Magda said she was having a hard time and she had to reset her YouTube, so hopefully that's not the problem. Everything looks okay on my end, though.
Everything looks okay on my end, too.
Okay, and then, yeah, Leanna said work in progress is what WIP means. Sorry. And that this is the older book, the time book. Okay. Anybody else noticing that about Amy? Jesse, that's awesome. Happy birthday, Chelle, from Diana. Hi, Diana. Welcome. Alicia says, happy birthday, Chelle.
Thank you.
Happy birthday from Leanna. And from Ruby. And from Amber. And Jessica. And from Magda. And Alicia did the cha-cha-cha at the end. Thank you. Happy birthday to a fellow Scorpio. Yes, gotta love our Scorpios. Happy birthday, I feel your pain. I hate being sung happy birthday.
Was it that obvious?
Yeah.
And Natalie was singing. I would have left the stream if someone sang. That's how you know when someone really loves you, because they're willing to put up with you.
You have to get used to it when you're friends with Amy.
I've already told so many people that my poor students are going to be singing and dancing all the time. Like, it's going to be incorporated into pretty much everything.
Yeah. I hate singing happy birthday too, and since I've known Amy, I've had to do that at least once a year.
She'll actually call me and sing happy birthday to me, which is very impressive because she doesn't have to, but she loves me that much. That's good. That's wonderful friendship.
Yeah. Ah, thank you, Jessie.
Happy birthday, sister. Mouth and voice are now okay. Good. I'm glad to hear that it's working out, because that is annoying, isn't it? That was lovely. My family's apparently tone deaf, and this song always ends up sounding like a funeral march. Uh,
Yeah.
that's so funny because that's like a thing that's like a joke that Trevor Noah has, that the song he sang up with Happy Birthday is like happy birthday, happy birthday, and then he's like the actual birthday song sounds like a funeral march, which it does if you think about it. It's very slow, kind of sounds a little somber. The timer will be going off in the background and we'll be still talking.
Yeah, that's how it works.
Yeah, that is how it works. Hey, Teresa.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm so sorry. You can always scroll back a little bit if you
Don't be
really want
sorry.
to see. Okay, well, I imagine Chelle wants to get started with unpacking the car, and we need to get those plants into the garage. So I'm going to spin the wheel. So we're going to see what our first sprint is. And like it doesn't want to, but we'll just spin it.
Yeah.
Encore.
There it is.
Oh, wait, where am I going? What's it say?
15 minutes.
Oh, it's a short one. So we'll start out short, and then we'll work our way into sprints. Let's see. Teresa wants an encore, Chelle.
We're
or you
good.
could just sing it again.
We're good.
Jesse and Teresa are both cruel.
Yes. Yes. It's my
Okay.
sister. You know, she has to be cruel.
Right.
Angelita tickled me. That's what she did. That's how she said hello this morning.
Oh, that's so sweet.
No, it was not.
Okay, so we've got, let's see, 32, 37, right? 38, just kidding. Let's just go with 40. Catch me sprinting through the store. LOL, I'm sure I'll be back late. Oh, Natalie. Sorry. The spinner wheel was lame. Okay, we'll just go to 40, and we'll do that. I'll set the sprint. Oops, nope, that's not. Ignore it. Ignore it. Is that Jean-Claude or is that Nathaniel? Oh, it's Nathaniel. Hi, Nathaniel. I love you.
I don't know where you're going.
I don't know what it is either. Somewhere over here. He's already walked away. He just wanted to stand ominously next to me for a second.
Yeah, I love her.
Yeah.
Nathaniel's birthday's coming up soon. His coming up at the end of the month.
Yeah. Sweet 16.
Wow, that's incredible. That's
It's
incredible.
not.
It is. It's pretty awesome. Okay, show. All right. Yeah, let's just sprint till 40. Happy sprinting, everyone. Good luck, and we'll see you shortly. Hello, welcome back. How'd it go?
But fine.
We got all the plants put away in the garage, so that's good. So they won't freeze tonight. We might
That's
get a little bit of snow.
yeah.
I know it's already the beginning of November and we're getting a little bit of possible. It may not snow where we live, but it's definitely going to snow in the hills. I mean the mountains around here. Yeah, it's getting to be that time. It's
That
actually
does
pretty early this year, so that's kind of crazy.
not sound like fun to me.
I like it, but
Although I've been telling Nathaniel I want to move to Vermont.
why would you tell him that? Because of the romance novels you read? Of course. Why am I not surprised?
The Maple Festival sounds so fun. And so I looked it up, one of the towns that was in one of the series I was reading, and it was like, it's so beautiful. It's so pretty. And it's cheaper to live there than it is here or Washington. And I was like, Nathaniel, we should move to Vermont. And he's like,
Who do you know in Vermont? How would you possibly be happy living in Vermont?
I don't know. Once winter came, I don't think I'd be very happy about it.
No, you
It's pretty.
Oh my gosh. This is what I put up with. Maggie says, I love how... Huh? What?
Nathaniel wasn't impressed. He said, all right, go ahead, have fun.
Yeah. Loves how we both left. Yep. I muted Chelle. Sorry, I forgot to mute her before we went off.
I didn't do anything too embarrassing.
You're talking crap about me? Probably. Our mom and I singing to you. Oh, the pain, the pain. I dealt with dogs and packing up for easy leaving tomorrow morning. Are you leaving on a trip or just to go to work? Let's see. Yeah, showed up right at a break. Woohoo! Hey, Bailey, how's it going? I listened to 5 chapters and finished the Hammy's Cage. Oh, how'd it go? And how many hamsters do you have, Alita? Do you have a bunch or do you have just one? Is it alive, Chelle?
No. It looks sideways in the picture. I was like, did I mess it up? No,
it must be the angle.
No.
Jessie's not ready for snow. But Jessie, you get snow for most of the winter, don't you? You're pretty socked in with snow, right? Or no? Teresa has snow, but Alaska. Yeah, Teresa will have snow all winter.
Oh, Jessie's coming with us when we go to Montreal.
When are we going to Montreal?
3 years from now.
Oh, did we have this planned?
Yes. When Nathaniel turns 19. We're going to
that's
Montreal.
right. That's right. Okay, good. That'll be fun.
Coming with us because we want to try to see the Northern Lights.
Oh yeah, I want to see the Northern Lights as well. Okay, good. Yes, sounds good. Great, Jessie. I'm happy to hear that. Naomi has 70 pages left. This book is nothing like it was described, and I'm so annoyed. Oh, that is annoying. Especially, I mean, if you're reading an arc and it's being marketed in one way and it's not that way at all, that would be frustrating because then you're not getting what you thought you were going to get. And that's a good point to make, though, when you're doing your review, because they obviously need to go back and fix that. I wish I got snow here. I mean, we don't get that much snow here, Alita. It usually only lasts like a week or so. But this year I think is going to be a cold year. Every once in a while we get a really cold year, and I have a feeling this one is going to be pretty cold. Yeah, Michelle doesn't get snow.
No, Michelle does not get snow.
I'm honestly watching TV, but Chris is giving baby a bath, so I'll wait for him. What are you watching? Anything good? I'm rewatching Grey's Anatomy from the very beginning. So I'm on season 4 now, and that's my current obsession. Does it matter if she finds her handsome brooding match? I can't. Yeah, Shell. I guess if you find your handsome brooding match in Vermont.
The Vermont books I was reading, they were male romances. I ain't finding one of those.
Yeah, that's probably true.
Probably. Fairly confident on that.
Yeah. It's about medieval mistresses, but it's really about men who have power and can't keep it in their pants.
That doesn't sound like
I mean, isn't that tied to medieval mistresses, though?
yeah, I guess so. But that
But
doesn't
yeah,
sound fun.
no. Especially if it's more about the men, less about the women, then it's definitely not what they advertise it as. I was listening to the bell jar while I finished some. Oh, Ruby, you're doing the bell jar. Woohoo! Good job.
That's
Good
the one by
job.
Sylvia Plath, right? I remember that being very depressing. I read it when I was in high school or
I
middle
haven't
school.
ever, or middle school. I haven't ever read it. She's had it on her Tic Tac TBR game for a while as one of the books she needs to read. 30 before 30, is that right, Ruby?
I know I read it when I was young, and I remember it being depressing.
I've heard
a little
mixed
scary
things.
reading it that young. There's some parts that were a little scary reading it that young.
And you're reading it for school?
No, I read it because it was a book that I had.
Yeah, that would be scary.
Yeah.
Oh, so we did, the little spinner wheel gave us 15 minutes, Jean, and so we ended up just rounding up to 40, so like the 40th minute of the hour. But we had started at like, what was it, 322, so we went to 340. So it was just about it was a 17-minute sprint is what it was, Jean. I'm dog sitting and will be going to regular job in the morning. Okay, that makes sense. How's the dog sitting going? I haven't dog sat in a while. They can be tough sometimes. I like being in my own place, I guess. Yeah, this is supposed to be a bad year for it. Yeah, for snow and cold. Great. Fun.
Extreme temperatures.
Mm-hmm. Hoping it doesn't snow here until the 29th because I'm getting foot surgery. Oh, yeah, you don't want to be getting here to and fro on when there's icy surfaces. I hope it goes well, Jean, because, and I hope there's no snow for you. But I'm keeping you in my thoughts. We have snow already and is a large amount for early November. Fun. It's pretty early in the year for it, I think. Just one. His name is Simone. I got him for my classroom as a pet. Oh, cool. My kids couldn't handle it, so I took him home, and now he's part of the. They couldn't handle it, meaning like they were just fighting over him, or probably, right? Did you ever have class pets, Shell?
No.
I had one teacher, Mr. Hagen, who had silkworms. So he had this big egg carton, one of those big ones from like Costco, and the flat ones, and there were silkworms that lived on it. And every once in a while, a silkworm would fall off onto the ground, and it would get smushed accidentally. And that's what I remember about the silkworms. That was in 5th grade. I wasn't traumatized, though. It was more just gross. Yeah. Weird. And I do remember when they started making their cocoons, so that was pretty cool.
The scientist in you was born early.
Yeah. I've been a nerd for a very long time.
I know.
Stacy read 8 pages of her book. Great job. We're watching Bachelor in Paradise. I love trash TV. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's trash TV is amazing. It could be really fun, and it could be a nice break from everything else. Do you watch any trash TV show?
No, the closest to it is probably Drag Race. And I don't know if I consider that trash TV. I mean, it can be a little drama. It's drama, so I guess you'd call it trash
Reality TV is what most people call trash TV.
Okay, then yes, I watch Drag Race. That's about it.
Alita smiling. Oh, yes, about Simone. I'm watching Leverage from episode 1. Oh. I haven't heard of that one. Yes, it is depressing. Okay, so Sylvia Plath is depressing Ruby.
Yeah.
But the audiobook is read by Maggie Gyllenhaal, which is awesome. She's doing amazing. That would be cool. And I might just listen to it because I like listening to books narrated by celebrities.
Yeah, I don't want to reread it.
Do we have to read it for the 100 essential books?
I don't think so. I don't think so because I don't think I have it scratched off. And I know I read The Bell Jar because, again, there's especially like one scene that's like stuck in my memory from when I read it that I was like, oh my God, that can happen.
Uh-oh.
No, I don't think so.
Warnings, Ruby. Something to look forward to. Let's see. You can send the snow to Virginia. I miss it from when I lived in Michigan. Yeah,
In Virginia?
I would say, don't you get any? It depends on what part of Virginia, or does Virginia not get any snow? Michigan's a big difference, though. I'm sure Michigan gets snow like all year round, right? Not all year round, all season long. The kids at the daycare love the snow. Me, not so much. Yeah, it is hard when you have to go out and get around in it. Luckily, here in Bellingham, since we don't have snow very often, usually we're just closed down for a week or so. Most places are closed down during the snow here. Not like the stores and stuff like that, but like work, like if you work at a regular workplace or something along those lines. But because we just don't really have the infrastructure for it. Let's see. Usually doesn't snow here until late December. Same. Actually, usually it's February here, so November's pretty early. If you can be quiet. Woohoo! Taco night is saved. Great job, Natalie. You're a hero. His name is Simon. Okay, so not Simone. Hey, Jenny, welcome. Happy birthday, Shelley. I live in Middle Virginia and we don't get much. Maybe one good snowstorm a year. Okay, so not too much.
That's more than here.
Yeah. I love it. I've been loving the seasons. I don't miss the no seasons that Chelle has. Although now it's getting hotter where you live. Like, you guys have been getting hotter earlier in the spring and hotter summer.
And colder winters. Yeah, no, temperature extremes are happening everywhere, even in California. Our weather's getting weirder. It's no longer that nice middle ground through the whole year.
Yeah, that's my, all my childhood memories are how mellow, how mild it was.
Not anymore. Yeah. You can definitely see the temperature hikes in the summer and the cold in the winter.
Yeah.
Less rain, though.
Less rain, and we've been getting more rain. So we're getting, last year we had the huge floods, and they're afraid that we might get some pretty big floods again this year again too. So it's just all coming up here instead of to you guys.
Yeah, no, we get more of the dry lightning now. That's
oh.
No, it's not good for California. California and dry lightning don't go well.
No, right.
Big fire problems.
It's just weird because we didn't have a lot of lightning when I lived there.
No,
I had to get used to it when I lived in Texas because thunderstorms and lightning storms are normal there, and it was not normal.
I was shocked the first time I saw dry lightning here because I don't remember ever seeing it as a kid. Lightning storms were so rare, and then to see them all the orange colors that you get when it's dry lightning, the vivid oranges, like it was really weird. And now it's more common now, but it wasn't common when we were young.
Yeah, no, for sure not. Oh, that's crazy. Talking to my boss into bringing me to Maine in January so I can see some real snow. Where I live in Tennessee
doesn't extreme. That's extreme wanting to see real snow.
Maine too. And don't a lot of parts of Maine like everything in the town closes down when it's certain times of the year? Because I feel like I've heard that Maine is not the best place to go to during the winter time because there's not as many
I wouldn't think
places that are open. I mean, everybody has to live there, so obviously there's going to be places that are open, but I've heard that it's not as much of a travel destination in the winter time. But your boss, so you must have either coworkers there or something along those lines. Currently living in Michigan, and we usually get snow in late December, early January. Getting any snow now in Michigan, Stacy? Because I think it's going to be a cold week around the U.S. Yeah, it's cold. It's cold. It's been getting really cold here, so I expect it to be a chilly one tonight. Okay, Are you ready to spin? Because we are just about at our 15-minute mark. Half my team is in Portland, Maine. Okay, that makes sense. I've never been to Maine. I really want to go to Maine. And then obviously I have to go visit Vermont when Chelle moves there.
During Maple Festival, I want to go to a Maple Festival.
I live right next to Canada. You could go to Maple festivals here.
Yeah.
Who wants to go to one in Vermont? I'm sorry. I don't mean to sound like I'm poo-pooing Chelle's ideas. It's just that I know how much Chelle hates cold weather. So just the idea that she thinks she wants to go to Vermont and move to Vermont is talking about shutting things down. Minnesota does not shut down for anything. Yeah, and that's true for most other places. And I've known people who've come from other areas and come to Washington and been like, "Are you guys so crazy about the snow? You barely get any snow. We keep dealing, but it gets really wet here also, so we get snow and wetness, and so we get a lot of ice, and it gets very slick, and we don't have the infrastructure to take care of that. So people do get in a lot of trouble here when it gets really changes in temperatures, and it gets really we get a lot of black ice and stuff. So it's just not as we don't get enough snow during the wintertime for them to make it a permanent thing where they're, I don't know, creating infrastructure for the snow. I'm sure if we were to get it for a longer period of time, it would be the case that they would change things. A couple of flurries, nothing is sticking. We normally have snow by now. It was 20 degrees Celsius yesterday. Summer weather. That's nice.
Cold.
Yeah, that's so different than here. Come visit me this winter, Chelle. You'll forget all about it.
Probably.
Someone take the rants away from Chelle before she makes cold. Oh, maybe the romance take the romance away from Chelle before she makes cold decisions. Yeah. Did anybody know that Nathaniel's named after a book character? He's a good decision though. Not a cold decision, but yeah, Chelle is influenced by books.
Yeah, my cat's named after a book character.
That's true. Yeah, from the same series as Nathaniel. Mm-hmm. Always amazing that certain cities or towns don't have snowplows. We have snowplows. We just also get a lot of black ice. So then people just don't go out in it much.
We don't have snowplows.
I guess you're probably right. You don't need snowplows in California. You don't get that precipitation. Yeah, I figured that out, Alicia. Sorry. Yeah, no, I'm sorry. It was me. It took me a moment to figure that out.
We did have a 5.1 earthquake recently.
I saw that. Did you feel it? I mean,
yeah.
Was it pretty extreme?
It wasn't extreme, and I don't think there was any damage or anything done. The epicenter was in San Jose, though.
I saw that, yeah. Mountain View, I thought, or something like that.
So I was upstairs at Safeway, and I felt it, and you could feel the aftershocks too, which I almost never feel. So it was interesting. Me and my boss were up there, and we waited a while. Then I went to her office. I was like, "Did you feel that? Was that an earthquake or was that construction?" She's like, "I was wondering, and when you didn't say anything, I wasn't sure." Let's check Facebook. That'll tell us.
Yeah, and it did. That's how I knew. I knew right away because everybody on Facebook was like, earthquake.
Yeah, that's what I told her. I was like, just check Facebook. It'll tell you right away. Somebody will post earthquake if it was an earthquake.
A couple of years ago when I visited my brother in Los Angeles, I hadn't been back in a while to California. And while I was there, we had a pretty decent sized earthquake. It was probably 4.2 or 4.5 or something along those lines. And we were at he had taken me to his friend's party, and we're sitting outside, and a lot of the people that were there were not from Los Angeles. They were there to become actors or stuff like that, but they were not from Los Angeles. So AJ and I are sitting there, and the earthquake starts, and we're sitting in chairs, and it's starting to rock, and we're like, hey, look at this, it's an earthquake. And people are running out of the house, running out of the fields, really, and maybe we were too blasé about it, but, you can kind of, we were already outside anyways, and you can kind of judge based off how things, it was a pretty mild one, but man, people were really scared, because a lot of people aren't used to earthquakes.
Yeah, they're not from here. They're not scary when you're from here. It's like, oh, is that an earthquake?
Yeah. And so it was pretty funny. And I was like, well, California just welcomed me back with an earthquake.
Yeah. Yeah. 5.1 though is probably bigger than we've had in a while. I think most of it, we've had a lot of recent ones, but they've all been really small.
Small. Yeah, I feel like you haven't. Well, the last big one was 89 in
Yeah. Oh no,
California.
we haven't had anything near as big as 89 in
Yeah.
forever. They keep
And the
telling
last
us we will.
the last big one in Los Angeles was 94. So it's been a while.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Jenny says we don't have snow plows where I live in Tennessee. An inch of snow shuts the whole town down. Yep, I understand that.
Oh yeah, if California ever snowed more than just a couple, flurries, we would be shut down. There's no way we would handle it. I mean,
Yeah.
we can't even drive in the rain, and we get rain occasionally.
Every once in a while, once or twice a year.
And everything backs up because everybody forgets how to drive. So no, there's no way Californians could handle snow. It would all shut down.
Well, apparently it wasn't big enough for Magda because she didn't feel it where she was. Oh, that's right. It was near Magda. I remember that. Okay, not Mountain View, but over in like East San Jose
Yeah.
area. All right, let's see what we're gonna do. Oh my, it's not making any sound. Why am I having trouble? I can't see it. 20 minutes. Wow, we're really just little small sprints. Okay, we will go. We'll go to 21. We'll go to 22. All right. Okay, so happy sprinting, everyone. Oh, Chelle, what are you actually reading?
It's called Just a Bit Wicked.
Oh.
Yeah.
Is it part of it? I see you've been reading a whole bunch of series lately.
It's part of a series. Straight Men or something like that. Straight Guys. It's a male romance series.
Yeah, good. I've noticed you've been reading, like, what number are you on? Which one is that one?
11?
Okay. It's a pretty
7.
long series.
7.
Okay.
I think there's 13 in it.
Well, good luck. Happy reading, everybody, and we'll see you in a little bit. Welcome back. Hello. How'd it go?
That's fine. My hair is being all funky. And my hair is being all weird.
Fun. Birthday hair.
Something like that.
How was the play? So what did you guys end up seeing again?
Halfway there.
What was it about?
It was set in a diner in Canada, and it was about these like 4 middle-aged women who go to this cafe and just kind of talk about, gossip about what's going on in their lives and what's going on and all that stuff. And there's a doctor that comes around and starts flirting with one of them, and it was just funny. And Nathaniel wasn't amused. My mom and me laughed quite a bit. There was some definite middle-aged humor going on in there, and some sex jokes, and just a bunch of women sitting there talking and gossiping about life and everything. So it was funny.
Yeah.
Daniel afterwards it was like sitting and watching you and Amy and Sharon talk for a while. I was like, yeah, that's why it was funny.
His favorite thing, huh?
He wasn't amused. He wasn't amused.
Oh, that's hilarious. He's like, we didn't have to pay for this. I could just go watch you guys talk.
Yeah. So it was
How'd your
fun.
mom enjoy it?
She laughed. She laughed. I think we were a little tired. I mean, we're all getting old, so it started at 8 and went till 10:30 at night.
That's a
So
long
we were
time,
like, oh, all right. It's a very small little comedy theater. It's put on by the owners and stuff. It was kind of cute and rustic, and I mean the acting wasn't the most fantastic in the world, but it was funny. And apparently they're doing Spam-A-Lot at the beginning of next year, so maybe we'll go see that.
I don't think I've ever seen Spam-A-Lot.
I know some of the jokes from it because we used to have a computer game, a Monty Python like computer game that would make a lot of those jokes and stuff like that. So, but I've never seen Spam-A-Lot. So, and Nathaniel loves Monty Python, so maybe we'll go see that.
Let's see. I did 2 problems. I mean, I started on one problem, and it's like the kind of thing where you have to write a whole bunch for one part of the problem, and there's like 6 parts.
Nice.
So that's going to be fun, yeah. So that's only 2 of the 6 parts that I have to. So that's fun.
That's exciting.
I have 0 desire.
I don't blame you.
Well, I finished the arc, and I decided the author doesn't know the definition of mistress. There were so many flaws in this book. Oh, you better let him know, Naomi. That's kind of rough. It's kind of rough because I know that one of my videos that gets the most views, it was an arc that I read and that I didn't care for that much. And I don't think there's a lot of other reviews out there for that book, that one particular book. So I just feel really bad that gets probably some of the most reviews on my channel. And it's about that one arc that just wasn't my favorite. And so I'm like, I wonder how much I've affected that author's. Hopefully not a lot. Hopefully I'm insignificant when it comes to that. But I do feel bad sometimes thinking about that one video. I mean, I didn't say anything disrespectful or inappropriate. What'd you say?
I said, I know you do. We've talked
We
about
talked about it. But I didn't say anything. It wasn't a bad review. I wasn't like totally poo-pooing the book. It was more just constructive criticism and feedback and stuff like that. But it definitely was not my favorite, and it gets a lot of views. Managed to read 18 pages. Awesome. What are you reading? Read 10% of my book. Spam-A-Lot is really good. If you like Monty Python, you will like it. Yes. Do you like Monty Python overall? I mean, I know we grew up with Holy Grail. Have
Mm-hmm.
you watched much more Monty Python?
I don't think so. I mean, I've seen Monty Python and the Holy Grail many, many times. I think I've seen some of their stuff on like YouTube and everything like that. I honestly don't know. The older I get, the less I find that stuff funny. So like Monty Python and the Holy Grail used to be hilarious to me, and I've watched it recently and been like, why was this funny? I don't understand why this was funny. And I don't know if it's Spam-A-Lot or some of their other stuff, but I remember there being like a lot of like fart jokes and like humor like that in the computer game. And I'm like, I don't know how funny I would find that now. So I don't know.
Turning into an old lady, Chelle.
I don't know, apparently. I know a lot of the lines from Monty Python, and some of them are really funny, and I've got all that, but I don't know that I would ever like. I don't know if I ever sit down and go like, "Oh my gosh, I need to watch Monty Python right now."
I like introducing it to other people.
Oh
That's
yeah, making Nathaniel watch it was hilarious, and Nathaniel absolutely loves it. So
Yeah. Yeah, maybe I'd be curious how many people have watched Monty Python a lot as they've gotten older and not enjoyed the humor quite as much. I enjoyed it last time I watched it, Monty Python. I I don't remember loving Life of Brian as much. I think I watched that one once. And then I watched a few of the episodes before, but I don't think I ever really got into it. So Monty Python was mostly what I enjoyed. But I would see Spam-A-Lot because that's probably got to be fun. Have I seen Spam-A-Lot? You haven't seen Spam-A-Lot?
no.
Huh. Jesse got 14 pages in, almost done with the first chapter. Woohoo! Have you read a Simon R. Green Chelle before?
Yeah, yeah. That was Eric's one of his favorite authors, and so I read that the series that Jesse was talking about earlier. I've read, or at least most of it, way back when.
Nightside.
Yeah, that one. It's really good. It's got a very interesting sense of humor.
Okay. Which one do I have? I know I have one of those. Maybe not. I thought I did. Okay, well, I'll have to check it out at some point. Simon R. Green. Because, yeah, I recognize the name.
Yeah, I have several of the books.
Average rating on Goodreads for the arc that Naomi just read is 3.06. That's pretty low. That's pretty low. I think I read about 15 pages. Awesome. 15 pages is great. I've got to 218 of La Quintista by Donna Barba Higuera. If anyone likes middle grade, you need to check it. So is it middle grade, Natalie? Because I thought it was YA, but that is one that Natalie and I were just talking about that one, your messenger, because we ended up at the same bookstore on the same day. She came in after I did, and I had thought about picking that book up because it was so pretty. Like, it would have been a cover by. I've heard about it, but I didn't know anything about it. And I was holding it in my hands just like, nope, you don't need it, Amy. I put it back, and she bought it the same day. We're thinking she bought probably the same copy because that particular store doesn't hold a whole bunch of copies of the books. So I was like, that's funny. But apparently it's really good. She's loving it. So, La Quintista. Sorry I'm back late. I was finishing up putting the laundry away and then took my quick nightly shower. Awesome. I hope you feel relaxed now. And now I can read. Yes, exactly. Now you can read for the rest of the night. Currently reading Mother Knows Best by Serena Valentino. That sounds like a creepy Mother Knows Best.
Is that like a print, a
Like
Disney
a retelling?
retelling?
Oh.
Mother Gothel?
Yeah, villains. Yep.
Yeah.
Mother Gothel. Yeah.
I'm good.
You are good. I mean, I figured that because of the song. I think the character's 12, but it's marked both as YA and middle grade on Goodreads. Yeah, sometimes it's hard to tell with with Goodreads. And I guess it really depends on your own perspective or a child's perspective on whether or not it's appropriate, like they feel it's at a good level. Do you feel it's appropriate for them? It's always hard to tell because I still stand by that his Dark Materials is YA, not middle grade. But we're not going to have this argument again. Yeah. So, okay, so tell me about what Cafe Con Leche is about, because Nathaniel just asked me if you'd read it, and I didn't get a chance to look into it. I just knew that you hadn't read it yet. So, what is it about? Though it looks really cute.
It's a male romance set in Vermont.
Oh. So did he get it to you because you'd been saying you wanted to move to Vermont?
No, I think he was just looking for queer
Yeah.
queer literature. But it's it looks like rival boys from two different like family restaurant type things that end up having to band together because some new restaurant comes in and it's making both of their family businesses like possibly go under or something. So they kind of end up having to work together to help their families' businesses. So it's like a rivals to lovers, young adult romance.
Let me see the cover again. It looks cute. It looks so cute.
Yeah.
I hope that one's a fun one.
So one of them's Puerto Rican and the other is Asian American, I think. Puerto
In
Rican.
Vermont. Then everybody's in Vermont.
Vermont.
Oh, well, I've never visited Vermont before, Chelle.
Neither have I.
Maybe you should visit before committing to moving there.
Jezzy got me a copy of 2 of TJ Klune's books.
Ooh, which ones?
She got me I think The House on the Cerulean Sea,
Mm-hmm.
which I don't own the physical copy of, and then one of the Green Creek series, which is really, really hard to get because I think they're re-releasing them. So, because, you know, TJ Klune's actually a famous author now, where he wasn't back when he first started writing. So they're like trying to like re-release a lot of
Rebrand and yeah.
Which is sad because it's really hard to get actual physical copies of his older books now. But
are they going to re-release those at some point, do you think?
I think so.
Oh, okay.
I think that's what I heard.
That's awesome. Well, good. So how many of his books are you still missing?
Physical copies, quite a bit.
Yeah.
Physical copies, I only have the Tales from Verania series, and technically one book of The Extraordinaries is physical because Nathaniel's reading it for school.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
That's kind of cool.
I got him. He had to pick a book for school, and I was like, "Well, you like Tales from Verania, so maybe reading The Extraordinaries by TJ Klune, you might like it." And so we'll see. He's not a reader, so it's been hard to get him. So I now have 3 copies of The Extraordinaries because I had the audio and he said he needed the book. So I bought him the book, but then he forgot to bring the book to class and he needed it for that day. So I had to buy him the Kindle edition of it.
Kids are so fun.
So I have 3 copies of The Extraordinaries in all 3 formats.
That's something that I have to look forward to when I have students that they never remember to bring anything back to class or anything like that. So yeah.
But eventually I want all of his. I love having my audio and Kindle, books, but when I have like a favorite author, I want to have not necessarily the hardcover ones, but I want to have physical copies of them. So
yeah,
I love the books.
Yeah, me too. But I have a hard time. Well, no, I should say I have a hard time, like when I need to clear out my books and stuff, I have a hard time deciding which ones I don't want. But I kind of went through recently and I was like thinking to myself, like, am I actually, even if I liked this book, am I actually going to reread it at any point? Do I really believe I will reread it? And if I don't believe I will reread it, I got rid of it. Because I needed room. They don't have nice big bookshelves like you do, Chelle.
My problem is that they're made for paperbacks, and a lot of the ones I've gotten recently are hardcover, so I technically have no space for those.
Yeah, that's rough.
So I have to figure out what to do on that one.
Hardcover copies are cool because the under jacket has a different cover. It has the old looking Gothel. Oh,
Ooh, that sounds
well,
awesome.
that's cool. Yeah, that sounds fun though. Have you liked that villain series, Kay? I'd go for the cheese. Well, yeah, me too, Jez.
I go for the maple.
And
Yes, I realize that other places have maple, Amy.
You're such a dork. But the best maple is in Vermont. Don't tell it to any of our Canadian followers. They'll disagree with you. Is one of them trans? I know the author's other book, Meet Cute, is trans. I want to read that one first since I got it while it was free on Kindle.
I don't think so. It doesn't say on here whether they're gay or it just says queer. Perfect queer enemies to lovers. So I don't know. It doesn't say anything about trans though. And I haven't read that yet, but Nathaniel told me that he's heard of the author before, and so I never read Meet Cute.
Helena Hunting?
Huh?
Emery
Lee?
Oh. There's a couple books they called Meet Cute.
Meet Cute
Diary. Okay.
Yeah. So he said he's heard of her before. Even though he doesn't read books, but he's part of, Gay Straight Alliance or whatever they call it these days, and he's got a lot of friends who read these kind of books. They're always exchanging information.
Love TJ Klune. I have given every single one of his books 5 stars. Current read is A Destiny of Dragons from the Tales of Rhaenyra, which is a 5-star. Yeah, Chelle loves that series.
I love it. I love all of. I have not given anything under 5 stars for TJ Klune yet. I love all of his books so far. And my son and I are reading. We're on the second book. I've already read it all, but he's reading it again with me. So we're on the second book.
I feel like I've only read House in the Cerulean Sea so far.
I believe so.
Yeah, I think so. Which I gave it 5 stars.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I want to read it again. So as soon as I get it, I'm gonna. They might, Jesse, in the books that I was reading at the Maple Festival, they had so many interesting sounding things, and I was like, I need to go and try these.
Maple cheese. Really enjoyed the series, but I am a sucker for retelling stories. Yeah, I like retellings too. They're fun. It depends. I think sometimes. I don't know how many I've actually read that I can compare and say, like, I don't know if I like all retellings, but I have liked most of what I've read so far. I love the, what's that series that we read? Lunar Chronicles. I love Lunar Chronicles. I hate to betray my country, but I'm not a pure maple syrup fan. Oh, oh, Naomi! It's okay. Boysenberry's my favorite. And I don't. Meet Cute is, yeah. There's different ones, Magda. It sounds like there's one called Meet Cute Diary, which what they were talking about. So there's a few books that have Meet Cute on here, or at least have that as part of their title. And I've read 8. Currently reading number 9.
Yeah, Meet Cute Diaries is trans.
Okay. I'm interested to see if I like this new puppet story since I'm not a big fan of Pinocchio. His new puppet story since I'm not a big fan of Pinocchio.
I'm really excited to see that come out. I'm not a huge fan of Pinocchio either, but I just love his writing so much. I have hope. So we'll see.
Is TJ Klune's coming out with a Pinocchio story?
Yeah, a puppet. I didn't know much about it, but I've seen the cover and it looked really cool. And it involved him, so I was planning on reading it anyways.
Magda just read Love and Other Disasters, and it was a great book featuring a non-binary character. I've heard about that one. I think that one got really good reviews, didn't it?
I haven't read a lot of books other than that King Arthur retelling that have non-binary characters. Now that I think about it, I don't think I've read many.
Have you read that Becky Chambers one? The
one
Monk
in
and
the
the
series?
Robot. Monk and the Robot one?
No. No, I read her series, the Long Way to an Angry Planet or whatever. That series. Yeah. I read that one. I don't remember there being any non-binary characters in it.
What is the Monk and the Robot one called? I can't remember right now. See, I'm telling you, my brain is just fried. See, disagree about maple, but did you know that most grocery stores have fake maple syrup? Yes, they do. Yes, they do, sadly. I like the real stuff, but I do I do love maple syrup. I love maple flavor. I just, if I'm like at a place where they have choices of syrups, I will usually choose boysenberry just because I love the flavor of boysenberry so much, but I do love maple. I've so I've started the Villain series and the Twisted Tales series, and I own the first two Lunar ones. But I had, Lunar Chronicles, next. Totally a fan. Magda doesn't like maple. Chelle, you can lay your hand covers on their hard covers on their sides, so you can use the paperback shelves.
They're custom built shelves, so they are smaller, so I can lay things side, but they're also not as deep.
Yeah.
So I my brother built them for me because I have more paperbacks than I have anything else, and I used to get tired of real bookshelves because you'd have to like do 3 layers deep to fill it of paperbacks, and then you could never find what you were looking for easily. So I had him build me some custom ones that are just for paperbacks. So I can, when I'm lazy, lay them on there, but they hang over, and it's if you put too much on, then you have a chance of them falling out. So he was supposed to build me stuff that goes under them that'll fit regular hardcovers. He just hasn't had a chance to yet. So right now I have like 4 really big, just paperback bookshelves. That's where they fit.
Love the Green Creek series by T.J. Klune. Just bought some hickory syrup. Very interesting.
That does sound interesting.
That doesn't sound great to me. I guess that would be like having like the hickory bacon.
That's what I was. It's exactly what I was thinking. Like hickory smoked bacon, sweet. Might be good.
Natalie says to Magda, "Me too. Trying to decide if I want to spend money on getting the new covers since I already own the whole series."
Yeah.
Have you seen the new covers? They look good.
I have not seen them yet. The one that Jezzy got me, I think, is the older, but I don't know for sure. I just know that it's hard to find them.
IKEA trip is in order, LOL. Everyone seems to have their bookshelves. Yeah, I have kind of a mishmash of bookshelves. I don't really have like a bookshelf, like a nice set of bookshelves. But I don't really have the wall space for it either. So like at the moment we don't really have a bookshelf area where we can have just bookshelves. It's smoky. It's made from the bark. Oh, interesting. Okay. Jean says, I love maple syrup and Quebec has the best. See, we need to go to Quebec, Chelle.
Montreal.
Well, yeah. They are the same artist who did House on the Trillion Sea. So colorful and fun.
Are they out yet? Because when I was looking for them, I couldn't find any of the new ones. But maybe I'm just ridiculous. I could be.
Okay, let's see. So we have hit our past 15 minute mark. Let's see what our next one's going to be. I can't see it. Why is it so? Nope. 30 minutes. We're just kind of working our way up. 15, 20, 30. We didn't hit 25 though. Okay. We're ready to. Jean loves your bookshelf, Chelle.
Thank you. I love them too. My brother is amazing.
Natalie says, I think one is coming in 2023, and then he said they would come out in 6-month intervals.
Yeah. See, I want those too, but I want the old ones now as well. The old ones look pretty cool too.
Yeah, got to build up your collection. Gonna be a Clune collector.
Yeah, well, I have almost every Nora Roberts book ever published, so I feel like I should have his too. And Laurel K. Hamilton. So
yeah. So we'll go 18. 57. Yeah. All right. Alrighty, ready to read?
Yes.
I feel like I'm sorry if I'm in slow motion today, everybody, because my brain is in slow motion today. But yes, let's see. I'm heading out to make dinner. Thanks for the sprints. Thank you, Natalie. So glad you came. Tell us how those tacos end up. And Paige just woke up. Hey, Paige. We're just about to go into some sprints. Woohoo!
Thank you, Paige.
Leisha says, hey, Paige. And Paige says, happy birthday, Chelle.
No, Jez, not yet. I own a lot of them, and I've been meaning to. I just have not.
You haven't read any in-depth books?
I read like the first two, I think, forever. Like when I worked at the library forever ago, so 20 years ago. But no, I own quite a few of them, but I've not read them yet. It's on my list. Someday.
Yeah. Someday. Okay, we're gonna actually just go to 20. Let's see what Jezzy loves them. Yeah,
So
I'd
does
like to read the
Magda.
in-depth. Yeah, and I know a couple of the people who really love the in-depth series as well. So Magda was reading them like every weekend or two every weekend or something like that a while back. I don't know if she finished them, but
Maybe I'll get Jezzy to reread them with me. We can read them together and talk about
there
them.
you go. What he reads. I'll be in the doctor's by the end of the sprint. Oh no, we missed you. We missed you, Paige. Well, we're so happy you came to say hi and to say happy birthday to Chelle. I hope your doctor appointment goes quickly so you can come back and join us. All right, happy sprinting, everyone. Hey, sorry. Let me just finish the sentence. Okay. We're back. We're back. Finished part 1 of my homework. Yay! I just got to do part 2. Well, of my practice set. I just got to do part 2. Paige said she'll be back after her doctor appointment.
I would
And I
assume
just
so.
said, Chelle, you've got to. I've reread them several times. That's the in-depth series by J.D. Robb.
Mm-hmm.
Paige said, yeah. Ruby said, I read a few pages and then started cleaning up the kitchen so I can make dinner. Ooh, what are you making tonight? We had pizza. Frozen pizza. So it wasn't that exciting. It was delicious, though. It's from Trader Joe's.
Nice.
How'd everybody else do with their reading? How'd you go, Chelle?
I finished my book and started another one.
Oh, is it the same? Is it the same series?
Yeah,
Binging the whole series?
of course. They're short.
How long are they?
200 to 300 pages on Kindle.
Okay. I don't like that Jack series that I read, or that Jack book.
Yeah, they're a
Did
little
you
bit
end up reading
longer.
it?
But no, I haven't. But I'll try it at some point.
It was funny.
It sounded like.
We had a fun conversation about that. Managed to read another 23 pages. Fantastic. That's great. Oops. Read another 10%. Awesome, Amber. What I'm making is $1,000,000 question. Oh yeah. Do you have a lot of ingredients? We haven't gone shopping in a while, so we don't have much in the house. We've been scrounging at this point. What can we make with what little we have in the house? I started out the term much better as far as like making sure I had better food in the house and trying to prep food, and then it went downhill pretty quickly. Do did you do anything like with work or anything for your birthday? Like on Friday?
No.
To celebrate you? Did you tell anybody?
No. Yeah.
How was your family's house for your birthday though?
It was nice. It was nice. I got lots of food.
Did your mom make your favorite food?
She made me sushi for lunch and a berry pie.
Ooh, that sounds good.
It was really good.
Were you hungry at all?
Yes. Yes.
Let's see. Naomi started my next arc and it was way better. Also wrote a couple of reviews. Fantastic. Those reviews, I'm so impressed. I'm just so impressed. Because yeah, no, that's why I stopped reading arcs because I got so behind on writing the reviews. Just so everybody knows, Chelle has a blog that she talks about the books that she reads, and I think I've linked it in the.
And I haven't posted in a while.
Yeah, so we're trying to encourage her to post.
I've been so busy. And when I do have time, all I can do is read because I'm just depressed and I don't want to do anything else.
Yeah. Yes, I did put Chelle's blog, Shelley Bell's book journey down below in the description. So if you want to check out Chelle's blog channel, where she talks about books, and maybe eventually she'll continue talking about books. But yes, I understand that. I understand. I've been struggling lately with. I actually haven't been feeling as depressed as I was feeling. It's more. I've been having a hard time having a lot of energy with all the stuff that's going on, and then trying to make content. My motivation has been less lately, and so I feel bad about that. But
Yeah.
it's kind of how this term is going, I think. I'm excited for December, though. I'm excited for my Advent Calendar challenge. So I'm just going to try and save up all the energy and all the excitement for that and put it all into that.
There you go. There you go. You also have to figure out what we're doing for your 40th.
For forgetting that it's coming up.
Well, we're going to be there for it. So you got to think of something fun that we can do.
Yes. We'll think of something
epic.
fun. I need to book that for you guys. You have to send me the dates again that you guys are coming.
Your birthday week.
I know, but like what days?
All right.
Okay. Gosh, I can't believe I'm going to be turning 40.
Yeah.
I haven't done a lot. Huh?
I was like, yeah, so you have to think of something epic. Remember, my 30th was skydiving. You have to think
I'm
of
not
something.
doing that.
You have to think of something as exciting.
I don't think so.
Something big. You want to go bungee jumping?
No desire, none whatsoever. I haven't, it's funny because I really haven't done much for my birthday for the last few years. I'm just not enjoying it as much anymore.
Well, yeah, I get that. But when it comes to the decade ones, you have to do something big.
Well, if we're doing something for my 40th, it's like going and seeing the narwhals in the Arctic. That's my kind of bucket list item, not skydiving.
I don't think either of us can afford, as much as I would love to do something that epic for your 40th birthday. I don't think
we
either of
can't
us
afford
can
it,
afford
so
to go to
let's
the
just not worry about it.
So maybe a little bit toned down from that one.
Yeah. I'll think about it.
Something crazy.
In Seattle. With Nathaniel and Mom.
We can leave Nathaniel and Mom.
You guys stay in the hotel room. Oh, great. Let's see.
Well, we don't have to go to Seattle. That was kind
Mom
of
says no skydiving.
no fun, you guys. Skydiving is so much fun.
I was there with you. I mean, I wasn't skydiving, but I was there. It was way more fun to sit with the pilot, and then we just skydrove with the plane. That was better because I was still in the plane, and we still dove just as crazy as you guys did, but inside the plane.
I guess we could see about a helicopter ride.
No. Ugh.
You don't want to go on a helicopter ride?
No.
You just said you enjoyed being in the plane.
True. In February, here, I don't know. Well, I'll think about it. It's got to be something that I want to do.
I know.
So most likely it's on a boat. I like boats.
Okay. We can
not things up in the air. Put me on water.
we can do boats.
Or it could be something else. I don't know. Okay, so Jenny says, making my way through my nonfiction November. Sound of a wild snail eating. That one sounded so cute, Jenny. And snails are so fascinating. Yes, they are. They're very, and it's interesting how they're, what do you call it? How they're sighted. Like they're either left-sided, right-sided, and they can only mate with another snail that is, I think, either of the opposites. They're also, I think they're hermaphroditic. Yeah, I know a lot about snail sex because I took an animal sexuality class, and snails are fascinating. Yeah. Tell me more,
Okay.
Jenny.
You want to go to a body farm for your 40th?
I thought this is my 40th, Chelle, not your 40th.
I don't want to go to a body farm, but that's all sciencey. That is very sciencey, Amy.
Yeah, but that's not my kind of sciencey. Oh no. Jess said I didn't get very far, only page 20, but got a lot further on my crochet. I need to invest in more audiobooks. Yeah, audiobooks are great for getting stuff done. I I like to listen to them when I read. I mean, not when I read. When I cook, when I drive, that's when I listen to audiobooks the most.
Jezzy, there are several free things that you can download to for audiobooks. Like Hoopla or Libby are both like library apps where if you have a library card, you can use audiobooks through them. So there are a lot of free options, and there's also all of my options if you ever want to use them. You can use mine.
Yeah.
I have hundreds of them.
And I cheated. Like, I still have a Santa Clara County Library card from California because I have people that still live there. So I was able to use that. So then I have my library system here and my library system in California that I can pull from. And I know there's a lot of people that do that.
Yeah. I have the old Santa Clara County one, and then I have the Merced one. My new county. So you just collect library cards from different places, and then you can even have more access to different audiobooks.
I made the book advent calendar like yours. Great, Sherry. Giving one to my sister. Oh, that is so awesome. Yeah, it's so much fun, and I love it. And it's a nice way to use old books, and it's just a fun way to kind of, spice up your reading in December. I love it. I'm excited for December. I've got some different things happening, and I'm changing up. I'm still doing the advent calendar. I'm still doing it the same way I did it before, but I'm changing up a few things about it. So it's not as chaotic. It may still be chaotic, but I'm excited about a lot of things I'm planning for December. So at least I'm still excited about that, right? Even though I've been feeling a little lately with like myself and my content. Magda loves helicopter rides. That's great for you, Magda. Let's go whale watching in February. I don't know. Jenny says, I'm cackling. Paige hasn't gone in yet to the doctors. Yeah, probably sitting there, right? They're making you wait. Body Farm? Like in Scarpetta series?
Yes,
Mom's
sure.
turning 70, so maybe we should do the Body Farm for Mom's 70th. Like, we'll all be together. And then we can do something fun for me. Sure, I would love the Body Farm. She would be creeped out by it, though, because now she's getting more creeped out by things than she used to in the past. So
yeah, those aren't pleasant places. Rotting bodies and all that stuff. I mean, the science behind it is fascinating.
Yeah,
but even I don't know if I actually want to walk through one.
What is this library card you speak of? Oh, you've never been to a library, huh, Jez?
She lives near a college town, so she should have access to a whole bunch of books.
Many chaotic. Well, I hope they get you in there soon, Paige. Tell them to get you in there. Mom's laughing. We exchanged the books. Oh, I had some really old Reader's Digests. Yeah, those worked perfectly. That's what worked for mine. Where is it?
Snap it.
It's somewhere. I'll make sure I have it before December. Just don't leave here there. Don't leave here there. Started my next arc. It's way better. Also, don't leave here there. What does that mean? You mean like as far as don't leave her there at the Body Farm. At the Body Farm. Sorry, Naomi.
Yes, don't leave me there.
No, we're not gonna leave her there. I'll think about it, Chelle. Think about it. But skydiving is not gonna be it.
There's hot tub boat rentals.
Do you even know me?
You said boat? I found boat rentals that are also hot tubs.
Weird. That sounds a little like not family oriented.
Well, yeah, I
Pizza's
mean, you could
delicious.
make anything sound not family oriented if you
Oh,
wanted
hush.
to.
Hush you, hush you. Leanna
Massage.
and Naomi said, her. Yes, thank you. Oh, do they have, I wonder if Seattle has um, one of those like, not wellness, but kind of how, remember when we were in Spain, we went to one of those Moroccan bath things where they had all the different types of bath, all the different types of pools, and then you get like full massages and see, that's my kind of fun. Facials, massages, they do all these fun, but like not just that, but like you get to sit and chill in the baths together, and like they have the different dunk pool. I don't like salt baths though. My skin does not like salt baths. Um, Mom says all day spa experience. See, that sounds like me.
We could do that.
Yeah.
I'll even go for your birthday.
What are we gonna do with Nathaniel?
I'm sure he'd enjoy it.
Yeah, he would, but he'd be stuck with all the dudes. Maybe not. I don't know how that works. Beth Ann says she freaking loves bathhouses. Yes, bathhouse. That's the thing I was thinking of. Not just the massage and stuff, but like the actual where you all get to chill and hang out in the baths and stuff like that. I like that. That's fun. Beth Ann, by the way, hi. I'm prepping for teaching tomorrow, so happy to find someone doing a productivity sprint. I'm happy you're here to be productive with us. Magda says, I'm coming. Okay. All right, it's time to be productive again. But we'll be thinking about these. If anybody else has any great ideas for like bucket list sort of 40th birthday things,
You know, I looked up bathhouses in Seattle.
and it's not what you want to be looking at.
Oh, I don't have a problem with it, but I don't think they'll let us in.
Not the kind of bathhouses we're thinking of. Okay, so different types of bathhouse. Yeah. We're thinking more spa experience.
Yeah.
Kind of.
Seattle bathhouses and sex clubs.
Yeah. No, I know exactly what you were finding. All right, let's see how long we're going for this time, and you won't be able to see it.
Oh, there's a Japanese bathhouse in Seattle.
35. Oh, that'd be nice. 35 minutes. Let me do the math. Okay, so if we start at 40, what is that? 15? Yeah, it's 15. I can't believe I'm turning 40 soon.
We both are next year.
Mom's gonna be 70 a month before me. Exactly a month before me. That's freaky.
Yeah.
Oh, I should dim my phone screen for the spins. Okay, that's smart. Thank you, Naomi. But yeah, we did get 5 minutes. Yay! That is smart. I'll do that next time. Amateur move, Amy. Amateur move. Okay. So, any other final thoughts, Shell, before we go into this next sprint?
No. How long again is it?
35 minutes. We're going until 15. We're sprinting until 15.
Okie dokie.
All right. Happy sprinting, everyone. Shell's going to be looking at my birthday stuff now.
I get distracted easily.
Helicopter rides. Only if we're in Hawaii or something like that. I don't want to do that. Oh, I forgot to put the banner on. Hold on. Okay. Welcome back. Hello, 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 hello. How's it going? How'd it go?
I read a little bit. I went and got gas in my car. Errands.
Good.
Yeah.
I finished my homework, one of my homework assignments, and submitted it. It's not my best work, but I just don't care.
Hey, it works.
I mean, I care. It's just I'm just feeling a little worn out. But and I have really high grade in that class anyway, so I'm not too concerned. And then I started reading City of Lost Souls in the last few minutes. Well, continued reading it.
Nice.
So, not very far along yet, but just getting into it because I have to have it done by Friday. So
Good luck.
I got through Clockwork Prince really fast. So I'm gonna have to do the same with this one. How did everybody else's reading go? Magda says I'm coming for both your birthdays. Well, let's talk about that, Magda, because it's actually going to be pretty complicated. So I'm going to be in school that whole week. So we're just going to be going down and visiting Chelle and Nathaniel in Seattle, and I'm happy celebrating my birthday on days that are not my birthday. So like I'd rather do it when it's not as stressful. So we can talk about that, Magda. I started a graphic novel arc and got 90 pages in. It's been a very productive time for me. Awesome! I'm happy to hear that. Good, good. Let's see. Read another 10%. I believe in you, Amy. You can do it. Thank you. Oh, great. Somebody's spamming us. Lock. Hey, that means I made it, guys. I made it this time around. Somebody's spamming me. Thank you. Yes, I know. I can do it. You're right. I can do it. I think just this week I'm feeling a little worn out of all the schoolwork and stuff because it's just we're getting closer towards the end of the term. Well, I guess we're a little over halfway. And it's been kind of a weird term. So it just feels like it's been a lot of work, mentally a lot of work, which is fine. I mean, that's good. I think I'm just kind of ready to move on to the next thing. I'm so ready for my internship. I don't know yet who my internship teacher is or what school I'm going to be at, but I'll be finding out hopefully within the next couple of weeks. And in January, I start my internships. Like I'm super excited about that, and I'm just ready. I'm just done with this stuff. I'm ready to move on to the next stuff. Almost done prepping for teaching tomorrow. Woohoo! Go prep. Go prep. Good job. Great job, Beth Ann. Leanna switched to listening to The Count of Monte Cristo. How's that going so far? That's a pretty hefty book. I hear most people that have read it have really loved it, though. So how are you enjoying it, Leanna? Finishing up a worksheet group activity thing. Awesome. I'd like to take a class from you, Beth Ann. I would love that. Come teach me. Well, I'd have to go there, wouldn't I? Yeah, that would be fun. I forgot what page I was on before I started this section of reading, but in total, from all the sprints, I've read 66 pages. That's wonderful. That's wonderful. Congratulations, because I bet that feels good. Yeah. So, let's see what. It's true. It's true, Beth Ann. I mean, you're just as nerdy as I am in the best way possible, and so I would love to learn from you, and I'd love to hear about bees and all kinds of wonderful things like that. So that would be a lot of fun. I miss like lectures for science classes. I don't miss it. Like I don't miss school. I mean I'm in school, but I don't miss that kind of school where I'm actually taking classes in that anymore. But I just liked going to the actual lectures and the different things that the different scientists would put together. I forget what they're called, but those were so much fun. Monte Cristo's chunker, but Beth Ann really enjoyed it. Tomorrow we're doing evolution. There's my subject. So see, like I miss those kind of classes. So are you doing like a basic biology class, Beth Ann? Like an intro to biology or something like that, or Biology 101 or something along those lines. I like it. I'm glad I decided to listen along to the book, as I do not speak French. Helps with the names. I can see that. Is that on our essentials list, Chelle?
I think so.
We'll have to read that eventually.
Yeah.
There's a lot of books on there that I just don't know how you're going to make it through.
I don't know either.
And it's a surprise. It's so surprising how many books are on that I don't know, that I've never heard of.
Yeah.
And I thought it was funny that the Book of Life by Deborah Harkness was on there, and it's the third book in the series. I think that's kind of strange that they don't include like the first, the second. They'll just include, I guess, the most influential book of a series sometimes. I don't know.
Yeah, I have no idea how they calculated the list. Most well rated on Goodreads? Who knows?
I don't think it was Goodreads, was it? Would have been Goodreads.
It's not Goodreads. I have no idea.
We're talking about this scratchboard list. Chelle got this for me, and it has a lot of books on here that Chelle wouldn't necessarily read.
Yeah.
But I'm excited about it. You have actually more scratched off than I do.
Yeah.
I'm working on Anna Karenina right now, though, and I think that's on here. What else am I working on? I feel like there were some other ones I was going to be able to.
I think
Right.
Les Mis is on there.
Yeah, but I'm not going to scratch that off anytime soon. But yeah, these are always fun. I love these kind of scratch boards. Let's see. Jean's halfway through one of my year-end reviews. Okay, I hope that's going well and it's, feeling like it's not too much pain. I always feel like those kind of reviews for work stuff is always not so much fun. Yes, this is an intro class for non-majors, so they're taking it for a natural sciences credit. Oh, so you're getting all the students that don't really care all that much either. I hope it's going well, Beth Ann, and they're not being super annoying. I heard that originally came out in segments, and Dumas was paid by the word, so it makes sense that there are quite a few embellishments. I had heard that about Charles Dickens, but then I had heard that was actually a misconception. But they did come out in segments, but the paid by the word is what I had heard is a misconception. But I don't know, because obviously I wasn't there and I don't know the full story, but that's what I'd heard. They're super fun. Oh, good. I'm glad to hear that. I'm really glad to hear that, because I've heard mixed things from other professors when they've had non-major science courses where they've had students that just were completely uninterested and did not engage well with the content. The students are really sweet and are working hard. Good. I'm happy to hear that. Funny when you find a book that you know is not a friend's style. I often tell my friend Randy that certain books aren't Randy books.
Amy and I pretty much know a lot of what each other likes and don't likes. We surprise each other occasionally, but we have a sense.
Yeah. And it's funny because there's many times that I will love a book and I'll think that, oh, Chelle might actually like this one, and she doesn't. So that it helps me hone my understanding. But then there's definitely been books that you've really liked that I'm like, really? Like Lord of the Flies. That's one we don't agree on. We do not agree on that.
Yeah, that was one of the few that I've gotten completely wrong. On whether you'd like it or not.
Not. Yeah. And sometimes it surprises me. Like, I know that I said it quite a few times recently, but I was shocked that I did not like the Halloween Tree by Ray Bradbury, which makes me wonder, will I like other Ray Bradbury books? Because I could not get into that one. I just couldn't finish it. I struggled. So, I don't know. Is it a me thing? I mean, I know it's a me thing as far as that goes, but I mean, like, is it just that time that I was trying to read it, or is it just that I won't be able to read very much of Ray Bradbury?
Never know. I was
Maybe.
surprised how much I did not like William Gibson.
William Gibson right again?
Neuromancer.
Oh yeah, you wanted to read that one.
Yeah, it sounded interesting. And he is famous for his sci-fi.
Yeah.
Um, but no, I could not get into that book. I mean, I read it all, but it was not enjoyable for me.
I feel like I heard somebody else reading it recently and they didn't care for it either.
It's probably worth reading just because he is considered like the father of steampunk, I think.
Oh.
He's
Oh, yeah.
he's a big name in sci-fi. So it's helped reinforce that I like sci-fi, but I like more sci-fi fantasy. I'm not as fond of pure sci-fi. I'm not smart enough for it. My brain does not want to do it.
I think on that list they're implying that you need to read the whole series. Oh, okay. And that's
Maybe.
probably true.
But I
Because I
think
wouldn't read them.
first Harry Potter.
Yeah, and there's a few times where it is like the first book in a series. And there's like at least one example where there's 2 books in the series on there. I don't know who came up with the list. What they were thinking.
It was just fun.
Yeah, exactly. Just looking at my Goodreads goal, and I'm about 4 books behind schedule. Ooh, that's close. I also check all the books I read and realized I had not picked up really any fantasy book this year. Oh, well, maybe November and December are the months of fantasy. And you can get past that 4 books, maybe.
I am well above my goal for Goodreads. I thought for sure I would fall behind, but
I surpassed mine. And I did include my goal was going to be 100, but I included an extra 70 something for all the children's picture books. So I surpassed. I'm like 175 now. So I've reached my goal. I'm happy about that. Feels good.
I won't tell you what I won't tell
I
you
know
what.
yours is ridiculous. Yours and Magda's and Mom's. You all have these crazy 200, 300, 400 plus.
Chelle's past hers.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Mom's almost at hers, she says. I'm happy with my little 175 books. And 70 something of them are children's picture books. Jean says it's a little bit of torture doing the year-end reviews. I could see that. Leanna says Ray Bradbury is hit or miss with me. Maybe try Dandelion Wine. Okay. That might be something I should check out if I want to see if I can actually read anything by Ray Bradbury. I feel like I've read Fahrenheit 451 when I was much, much younger, but I can't honestly. I feel like I had too, but I can't honestly remember. Like that one I don't remember as well as I remember the other ones I know I read when I was in high school. So maybe I read it, but I can't remember enough of it to say that I definitely read it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I wouldn't scratch it off my board.
Yeah, I have a couple on there like that. I'm pretty sure I read it, but I'm not 100% sure, so I didn't cross it off.
I think it's because I read the Red Queen series last year and I enjoyed it, but I read them back to back to back, and I think I tired myself out on it.
I
heard that's a really good series.
I liked it.
Did you?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've been hearing a few people read it more recently and really enjoying it. Yeah, I'm not much of a back-to-back reader, Kay. Chelle's good about that. I'm not good about that. And I start getting tired of the books after if I read them too much back-to-back. Like, I'm having a hard time knowing that I have to read 4 Sandra Clare novels this month. Even though I know, like, they're different series, it's still rough. The idea of that is a little overwhelming. Because I'm like, that's a lot of one author for me for 1 month. But Dan says, I finished my teaching prep, so I'm going to sign off. Good night, all. Good night, Beth Ann. Thank you so much for joining us, and I hope your class goes amazingly tomorrow. Magda surpassed her goal of 500 this week. Everybody, round of applause for Magda. That is incredible. That is absolutely incredible. Are there any absolute standouts, Magda, like of the 500 you listened to and read this year? Do you remember any like absolute standouts that you're like, that one still sticks with me? Because 500 is a lot to remember, you know. So.
Yeah.
Mom was finding the same thing. Like, there's a few that she's read earlier in the year that she can't remember anything about them because she's been reading so many books. But Mom read Night of the Mannequins by Stephen Graham Jones, the one I read in my horror blog that a lot of people don't like, and she actually liked it quite a bit. So that was pretty fun. She gave it at least a 4-star. Naomi says, I'm working hard on my page goal of 75,000. I have to read every day for it, but I am enjoying the challenge. Wow. How far along are you, Naomi, on that page goal? You know, and that's the other problem I think with Goodreads and like the book count, because there's some months where I don't read quite as many books, but I read like 500-600 page books. You know, and then some months where I read a whole bunch more. Like last month I read 13 books, but a lot of them were shorter books or graphic novels and stuff. So it's kind of funny because it's not really, you know, how many books you read doesn't necessarily, like if I'm reading a whole book, you know, 4 books like this, it's only 4 books, but they're like 500 plus page books. It doesn't really matter all that much. I'm getting kind of congested, so sorry. My favorite Ray Bradbury is Martian Chronicles. I've heard really good things about Martian Chronicles, Jean, and that's one I have been interested in. So, I mean, I will need to read Fahrenheit 451 at some point, and if I like that, I will definitely check out Dandelion Wine and Martian Chronicles. Naomi's read 63,442 pages. That's incredible. Great job, Naomi. Okay. Okay, let's see. You ready for another sprint? Are you filling up for another sprint, Chelle?
Sure.
Okay, let's see if this works. Oh, look, it looks so much better. Thanks, Naomi. That was a great... Now it's too dark.
40 minutes.
40 minutes. We're just kind of going up, aren't we? Okay. Let's see. I'm tracking it on Storygraph, so it works out quite well. Yeah, I know that everybody who's been using Storygraph and who's made that leap over to Storygraph to use it has really enjoyed it. I also like Martian Chronicles. Huh?
I like to use both. I like Goodreads for a lot of things. I like Storygraph for its ease of finding trigger warnings. Content
Oh,
warnings.
okay.
That's a lot better. It's got it in one spot. So instead of having to search the reviews to find if somebody's posted that there's content warnings, Storygraph is really good about having it for every single book, what people in one spot
That's
what
nice.
the content warnings are.
Oh, yeah, that's really nice.
So I use both.
So I think let's just go to 15.
Okay.
Oh, it's already there.
There you go.
Yay! Okay. You ready to do some more reading?
All right.
What are you still? You're on the next book in that series.
Yep. Just a bit shameless.
Just a bit shameless. Naomi uses both as well. I like different things about each. I use both as well mainly because I like Storygraph's stats charts. I've heard their stats are really good. Yeah. And I do like you can do half stars for Storygraph is what I've heard. I haven't used it at all yet, but maybe when I'm done with school, I'll venture into that. Okay, happy reading, everybody. Welcome back. Hello. How'd everybody's reading go? Did you get a lot read? Well, obviously we didn't, but I don't mean you and I mean everybody else. Did everybody else get a lot read?
Right.
I got a page read, maybe.
Oh, that's impressive.
But I got to talk to the birthday girl.
Yay.
Let's see. Hopefully Jean will have year-end stuff done by then. Did you get it done, Jean? Did you get it done? Page is all sutured up. I'm glad you're done. I'm glad it went smoothly. And Jessie says, dare I ask what happened? That'll be up to Paige if she wants to share. Because it is personal. So since I don't know what you're reading this month, Chelle, what are you doing anything special this month? Are you doing any readathons or anything like that?
No, probably not. Not for November either, because I just have not had time to do anything. And I haven't finished the books that I picked in September.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So technically I need to get started on those before I do anything and I just haven't been in the mood to read real books.
I mean, you're reading real books.
Read books that are just, to emotionally get me through the day.
Sometimes that's what we need, though. Sometimes we need just to emotionally get through the day.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, unfortunately, it's been the last couple months. So I need to emotionally get through. So,
well, you're working a lot. Like, a lot. So, I mean, that's rough.
I started writing out my November TBR, which I didn't even do one for October. So I started getting all my stats together and everything to actually post something on my blog. But I think I've decided no readathons or anything like that. Hopefully I will in December. I'll try to do yours-ish. And I like doing the reindeer readathon or whatever.
I've heard about that one.
I did last year. So I'll probably try to do it again this year. But we'll see what happens. Because I wanted to do some of the Halloween ones, and I never did those either. So
I understand.
So, yeah, we'll see.
Yeah. I, this month I'm only doing like the one where I'm trying to get through my goals, and that helps because I just need to try to get through some of these books. I've started way too many books recently and have not been able to finish them. And I'd like to do the secret TBR that you and I did. Yeah. What was it, a year and a half ago that we filmed the stuff for that?
Yeah. Oh, at my birthday lunch, Autumn was like, so when's Amy coming down to visit? Because I hear so much about her and I'd love to meet her.
Like, really?
I don't know. Yeah. So Autumn would really love to meet you at some point because she hears so much about you.
From who?
Probably just you get brought up all the time.
Oh, how funny. I feel so special. Who brings me up?
Who brings you up? I don't remember what brought you up today. I have no clue what brought you up today. Something, I don't know, but I started talking about you going back to be a teacher and whatnot and what you were studying and all that stuff. And we were talking about that for a little bit. And that's when Autumn was like, oh.
I'm glad it's good stuff. I do need to come down there at some point. I just don't know when yet. It's hard to make any plans. Maybe during the summer, because I don't like to make a lot of plans when I'm in school. So maybe during the summer. I need to visit. I haven't seen everybody down there in a while.
Yeah. It was just funny. I didn't realize I brought you that much. That brought you up that much either.
I know. I didn't realize I left that much of an impression. I mean, I know I do with you, but everybody's just talking about me randomly around the dinner table.
Yeah, pretty much.
Huh?
I said pretty much. I have no clue what brought it up.
Yeah, I see Leanna's telling us what readathon she's doing. Everybody else tell us, what readathon did you guys? What are you guys doing in November? Any big plans? Naomi finished my arc and reviewed it. I also started having dinner. Ooh, what'd you have for dinner? That was. I'm curious, Naomi. Do you do pretty big reviews for your NetGalley and arcs and stuff like that, or do you do pretty basic reviews? Because I was doing based on what NetGalley suggested you should do for reviews, and it got really overwhelming for me, and that's kind of why I stopped reading arcs
Yeah.
and reviewing them.
I'm a couple months behind on that. I have one I'm supposed to have done a couple months ago.
Amberjen, another 10% done. Awesome. Great job. Making wonderful progress. 20 pages left in my book, but I should actually go to sleep so I don't regret it in the morning. I'm picturing you yawning now, Jenny. I'm picturing you doing a lot of yawns. That's what Jenny in all her vlogs, we tease her now because she yawns a lot in her vlogs because she gets tired. And then it's a fun little thing. But get some rest, and thank you for joining us. Really appreciate it. I'm doing this Good and Readathon by Native Lady Book Warrior. I didn't actually see the announcement of that yet because I try not to watch as many announcements for readathons when I know I can't do the readathon, because I'm too tempted to do the readathon when I know I still can't do it. In my real life book club is Reading Normal People, and I wanted to read the 3 Emily St. John Mandel books that I heard are loosely connected. Ooh. So I can't wait to hear what you think of Station 11 and those other 2 books. I don't have the second one yet, but I have the third one, which I'm not going to read until I read Glass Hotel. But I also want to reread Station 11. So I want to hear how you like those, Leanna, because I really like Station 11 a lot. But I didn't give it a rating at the time because I wanted to reread it. So, and what are you reading for Skoden Readathon? Because there's a lot of great options. Normal People, I've heard such mixed things, so I'll be curious to hear what you think about that one. I'm going to shamelessly plug my readathon about Agatha Christie. That's December 3rd through 14th. Everybody go check out Naomi's announcement video. Can I link it? I don't know if that's something I know how to do. But yes, I haven't watched it yet, Naomi. I do want to watch it and just see what you're doing. I don't know if I can do that. I want everybody else to go check out Naomi's Agatha Christie readathon. Reheated pizza, nothing fancy but delicious. I love pizza. Yes. Leanna Bookshelf. Leanna's excited for the Agatha Christie readathon. Jenny says, I'm forever yawning. You're busy though, Jenny. You have a lot of things going on. You got a little one you're chasing after. Got back in time to read 22 pages. Awesome, Natalie. Okay, good night for real though. Good night. Big plans in November. Getting married in 3. Oh yes, that's right. You're getting married 3 days from now.
Congrats.
Catching up on buzzword. Like that. Getting married in 3 days. Catching up on buzzword.
Priorities.
Well, getting married is super exciting. So I hope that you have an amazing wedding. I'm sure it will be amazing. I'm sure it'll be incredible. And I hope you get caught up on buzzword-a-thon. I didn't mention it in my TBR because I already have 20 million books I'm reading. But I did pick up a book. I don't have very many books on my physical TBR that have ing in it, which is the buzzwordathon. But I do have the first book in the Enchanted Forest Chronicles by Patricia Reed, which is dealing with dragons, has the ing in it, and it's middle grade. So it's possible that I might get to this month.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah, you read it recently, didn't you?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's very cute.
And it's the only thing I have that has ing in, or not the only thing, but the only easy thing I have that has ing in it.
Mm-hmm. It's a good one.
I don't follow NetGalley's format. I just write what I love or enjoy about the book. If I don't like it, I try to be positive. Okay, but you do at least give a little bit of feedback if you're not loving it. Like, be positive, but I'm glad that you I mean, that makes it a lot easier if you're not following their format because it was extensive. Mag is not doing readathon this month. Reading for Indigenous history and our game prompt in my game prompts, then mood reading. That sounds good. There are some decent readathons this month. I know Paige has her readathon video up, and great readathons. I really would like to do the Gilmore Girl readathon at some point. I don't follow any of those booktubers, but I love Gilmore Girls. But no readathons for me, except what I'm already doing. I don't like reading reviews that tell me the summary that is by the publisher. I want to know how someone feels about it. Yeah. Especially for ARCs too, because the whole point of you guys reading it is to hear what they think. And I think that for the publisher, the whole point of having people review it is to see if there are things that they could still make edits of before, maybe not huge things, but maybe with a second edition or something. Like, I think that's the intention behind advanced reader copies, right?
I always assumed that they want you to do the stupid. I hate doing the summary as well. I hate it, but I always assumed that they did that in case they wanted to use, because the book hasn't been published yet, so they haven't actually done the summary for it, the official one that's on the back of the book. They might want to see what people put as their summary and take from if anything sounds good.
Interesting.
It was always what I thought. So I do it, even though I hate it. I hate it so much, especially like in Goodreads comment thing. Like, I know what the book's about. I don't need to know more about what the book's about. I want to know what you think about it.
Magda says, congratulations to Amberjen. Leanna says, definitely for Skoden, Where the Dead Sit Talking by Brandon Hobson. I was looking up Brandon Hobson because the one I recognize from Brandon Hobson is The Removed. And that's the one I've heard other people talk about. So I haven't written anything by that author yet. And The Firekeeper's Daughter, which Chelle has read.
I have read it, and it's really, really good. It also has some major content warnings. So, heads up. But really, really good.
You gave it 5 stars, didn't you?
Yeah, I did. Though it was, yeah.
Hard. There were hard bits.
It was a hard book, but worth reading and really well done.
I've read Dealing with Dragons. It was fun and fast. Yeah, I know Magda read it also, and she really enjoyed it as well. So if I can get to it, I'm not doing any holding my breath this month.
I don't think I've finished the series yet, but I think I've read 3 of them.
Are there more than 3?
I think so. I don't think I finished it.
I think I only have 3 if there's more than 3.
I know she wrote one of the later ones first, and then people wanted backstory, so she ended up writing the other ones afterwards to give clarification.
Oh, okay. Congrats, Amber! Thank you, everyone, for the congratulations. We're getting married on our 15th anniversary. Awesome! It's a small wedding, but getting all the legal stuff done is hard work. I believe that. I absolutely believe that. It's a process to marry someone and make it all official. Normally I find the summary on the Goodreads page, so I don't bother. Yeah. I give summaries in my videos. I know a lot of people don't necessarily like summaries even in videos and stuff, but I just do it just in case people might be interested and they've never heard of the book, just to give a synopsis of it. But it does get tiring doing summaries of it in general.
And that's one of the reasons I've stalled on my blogging, because I give summaries, and that's the part I hate the most. If I just was writing what I thought about the book, so much faster to do, but trying to put a summary in my own words that doesn't give anything away either.
Right.
It requires so much thought process.
Yes, it does. Especially if it's a continuation of a series.
Oh yeah.
You find yourself repeating.
Half the time I just give a summary of the first book all over again. Try to do it differently than the first time I did it. It drives me insane.
One more section before I'm done. This was not easy. But you did it. You're almost done with it, Jean. You're doing so amazing. Go, Jean, go. Go, Jean, go. That's rough. Thanks. I'm looking forward to it more now. So, Firekeeper's Daughter. And Jean says, I really love Firekeeper's Daughter too, but yeah, the content warnings. Yeah. And I do want to read that one, but yeah, content warnings, I could see that being, especially knowing somewhat of the subject matter.
Yeah.
That would be rough.
Yeah. I
And there are certain things that
never
I
ever reread it.
Huh?
I said I will, as much as I loved it, I will never ever reread it.
Yeah, that's makes me a little nervous.
There are books like that. There are definitely books that you read and you know that it has so much beauty to it, and it has so much worthwhileness, I guess. Like, it really does show you a good look into something that's important today on so many levels. It's an amazing book, but it's also hard to read, and I have no desire to put myself through it again.
Yeah.
So there's been a few books like that in my life, but that is the most recent one.
Yeah. I really needed the cheering. Good, I'm glad that helped.
She's a great cheerleader.
A few books on that list too. Love, but will never reread. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there was, and that was like I was telling Chelle, it's hard to get rid of some of your old books that you've read and that you really liked and you see the value in them, but sometimes you need to clear things out. And I had to clear out a few books that I gave 5 stars to, or I gave really high ratings to, but I just don't feel like I will reread them again. As much as I may have enjoyed them, they were great for that experience, and I just don't see myself picking them up again.
Mm-hmm.
And occasionally that happens, and there's certain loved them, but we'll never reread them, and that's okay. Rock and Michelle Obama are producing a series on, I think, Hulu based on Firekeeper's Daughter. Oh, that's really cool. That's really, I'm sorry, I'm getting really congested, guys. So
I don't know if I could, I couldn't watch it. If they kept it true to the book, I couldn't watch it. No, I could not watch it. There's some things I can read better than I can see. And I couldn't do it. Somebody would have to watch that first and tell me how bad it is.
That makes me really, like, I never read the book Atonement, but I watched the movie Atonement, and that movie kind of scarred me in some way. Not scarred me, but it was really uncomfortable for me to watch. And there's one particular scene that and it wasn't even that graphic, but it was just enough that it just was too much for the thing that's triggering to me. And I feel like I'll never read the book because of that. But I'm like, maybe you're right. Maybe I could read the book and it would be different. I don't know if I really want to read that book, but I liked most of the movie except the part that was really uncomfortable and awful. And I'm like, there are certain things that you're right. Maybe if seeing them is a lot harder than actually reading them. I don't know.
It also depends on the writer and how graphic, though, too. So there's a lot of variations in that. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm listening to an audiobook.
I will never, ever pick up another John Grisham novel. I read one chapter of one and was like, hells to the no. Never again. I will never pick up another one of his books because I'm not even, no. One chapter. Never read that author again.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm listening to an audiobook right now called Yerba Buena, and there's one bit in the very beginning, and I haven't gotten that far yet, but there's like one bit in the beginning that I'm like, just leaves me sick to my stomach. It wasn't very graphic, but it was just knowing, like your imagination is unfortunately able to fill in those triggers, and you're like, ugh. And so far, everything's been fine ever since, and it hasn't gone as far as I was afraid it was going to go, but like, those moments can be really uncomfortable, and I'm wondering if I had read it, if it wouldn't have been as difficult or made me feel as icky as like listening to the audiobook even, because there's something different about hearing things, I think, sometimes than it is about actually reading something.
Yeah.
I was saying with horror, like horror novels too, because you can stop or you can take yourself away from it and pause for a second and then come back to it if you need to. I don't know.
Formatting is important.
I never reread. I think I'm delaying doing the last section. You're gonna do it, Jean. You're gonna do it. You're gonna do it. You're gonna do it. You're gonna do it. Come on, Jean, go. You got this. You got this. It's just one last section. That's it. It'll be over. It'll be over very soon. Which one, Chelle?
I think it was A Time to Kill, maybe?
Oh, the John Grisham novel.
I think it was A Time to Kill. It's hard to say because I know there was a movie made about it, and so then I think I tend to get names mixed up. But I think it was A Time to Kill. There's a very graphic scene in the first chapter, and it's horrendous.
Yep. That's why I have no interest, and I know people love this author, but I have zero interest in reading anything by Karen Slaughter because I've heard how graphic her stories are and the content, like the types of things she's graphic about. And I'm like, I can't do it. I just can't do it. I know that subject matter is something that's too much for me. But some people, everybody has different levels and certain things that trigger them and certain things that don't.
Yeah.
And people absolutely love her writing. So, like, it's a me thing for that. I'm reading Tender as the Flesh, which I want to read, and there have been a few moments that have made me cringe. Can only listen to the audiobook for 30 minutes at a time, then I need a break.
Well, I will definitely not be reading that.
It's about cannibalism.
I don't know if that would bother me that much.
That.
That's not one of my triggers. I think I can handle that.
Yeah. Keep going with your Buena. The beginning is the worst. Yeah, I am, and I'm starting to get into it, Magda. I don't know how much I like switching because we just got to California and we're just switching over to the other group of people that we barely met in the beginning. And I'm like, and I like dual perspectives sometimes, but I'm at the moment where I'm like, okay, I'm just getting into this. I want you to stay with these characters. I'm not ready to move over to this new group of characters, but I'm sure it'll come together great. I'm enjoying what I'm listening to so far. But sometimes you're a little like, I'm not ready yet. Keep me with these guys. I'm still here. No, I'm not ready to go, learn a whole new group of people yet. How about you? You get that way ever? Are you okay?
I was reading Nat's comment.
It's the treatment of women and specifically the pregnant women that bothers me.
I'm going to go with not reading that.
Okay. You're right, Chelle. It's a tough one. Others are not as bad. So you just picked up the worst John Grisham ever with the worst scene ever is what you did.
And I'm sorry. the trauma. I was in middle school maybe when I read that. Yeah. Well, I've read adult books since I could read. So
yeah, me too.
But,
I mean,
yeah, I read that in middle school, the first chapter of that, and nope, no desire to ever read another John Grisham novel. I don't care if they're not as bad. I am boycotting him after that one.
And then she was gone by something Jewel. Lives on with me after, and I will never read it. Yeah, Jewel, something Jewel. And then she was gone. What's that other author's? Something Jewel. Then she was gone. I see Christopher Grayson, and then she was gone, but I know what you're talking about. Lisa Jewell is the author. I haven't read anything by Lisa Jewell. Then she was gone. Oh, okay. Lives on with me after, and I will never read it again. Yeah, it's rough when you.
Yeah. It was randomly sitting on a shelf, and I was like, this looks interesting. It wasn't interesting.
Naomi says Lisa Jewell. Yeah, okay. Okay.
So I picked John Stanford instead. And despite the whole serial killer thing, I was much better with that one.
Which one?
John Stanford. He's another mystery. He's a mystery writer. He does like Rules of Prey and all of those books. I read that instead. In his first book, it's like a pretty major, gross, icky serial killer, but I was actually more okay with that one.
Yeah. Yeah, well, this Lisa Jewell one sounds like it would be one where the content is rough for me. So, just like Lovely Bones by Siebold or something
And
Siebold.
see, that's another one that I think I would have given 5 stars to and will never, ever reread. That was a hard one, too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But I have read it.
Yeah, me too. It was rough. I think we read it during one of our little family book clubs, didn't we?
Maybe, because I can't imagine me picking it up and going, this is something I want to read.
Well, I think the movie had come out.
Not
And
a book that would have made me want to read it.
Yeah.
So, but I remember doing it for some reason.
Yeah. You know? Yeah. I think because the movie was really popular when it came out. Or maybe the book was really popular when it came
The
out.
book was really popular. It was one of the Oprah picks.
Mm.
It was like one of her first ones, I think. It was a really big deal when it came out. Very popular. For some reason. It's a horrible book.
It's disturbing. I hated Lovely Bones. The whole premise was creepy and it was brushed over. It was very creepy. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Was it brushed over?
I don't know. I thought it opened up a lot of conversations at the time that it came out.
Yeah, I don't remember what we had said about it in our little group our little family group of reading, but it was very uncomfortable. I think we were all pretty uncomfortable with it.
Well,
and I mean, super creepy premise.
Anybody being comfortable with that one.
Mm-mm. And wasn't it YA? Because for YA, it was pretty dark. I mean, obviously, but
I don't think it was YA. I don't think that was YA.
Sorry, this shouldn't be funny, but it is. I watched Lovely Bones and haven't trusted men with mustaches. You know what's so sad about this? Huh?
That song by there's a country song, When I Die Young or If I Die Young, that always makes me think of the Lovely Bones. And it's sad because I actually like the song, but just some of the lines in that
trigger certain things
automatically makes me think of the Lovely Bones. And I'm like, oh my God.
Yeah. And Stanley Tucci, I read his memoir recently, and he did talk a little bit about playing that character. And he said that character scared the shit out of him. Like, it was really uncomfortable for him to have to get into that character and to play that role. And he's like, I did it. And he doesn't regret doing it because it was he's an actor, but like, he's like, it was one of the most disgusting and uncomfortable things. Like, I hated myself in that role. And like, not as an actor in his role, but like knowing he had to play that horrible role, like, was rough.
Which is weird to think about because of all his, I mean, he's played so many just great characters. So it was very disturbing to think of him in that role because he's just not,
he doesn't usually play that kind of character.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know. I don't remember if I saw it or not. I don't think I did because it came out after the book.
I feel like I did see it. I don't remember for sure, but I feel like I did watch it.
I don't remember. I don't know if I watched it. I know I read it.
Mm-hmm. The serial killer rapist who is being watched by his victim. I felt like the creepy part. Oh, yeah. Creepy parts weren't addressed well in the end. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure we had. I don't remember. It was so long ago. It's hard to even say.
It was a long time ago.
Yeah, and I know that we didn't like it in the sense that it was just too uncomfortable, the subject matter. But I don't remember like what we felt about the ending. Yeah, that was a rough one. I also found the Night Swim very uncomfortable. Yeah, I was really nervous reading the Night Swim because I was afraid it was going to go a lot worse. I mean, it was bad and everything was really bad about it, but like, it didn't have the level of detail that I was afraid it was going to have, as especially for the little girl that was there. Like, I kept worrying it was going to get worse than it did. So not saying it wasn't good, it was still really rough, but it kept going in a direction that I was afraid it was going to get a lot worse even. So it was that's a rough one. There's some, there's some of these like Sadie was a rough one too. There's some pretty tough storylines. And there's a lot, it seems like, with that subject matter, with underage girls and horrible people.
Yeah.
That was the book that got me into thrillers. Made me so mad, though. Are we talking about Lovely Bones or Night Swim? Because Night Swim was really good. I did like it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll stick to my male romances. They make me happy.
Let's see. I'm making my way through Lost Souls. Good job. I am 10 pages. Page.
She's gonna get it done by Friday, though. She promises.
I am. I am going to. I have to. I don't have a choice. I got Clockwork Angel done in like 3 or 4 days. So.
You're also in school.
I know. School schmoll. I'm tired of school.
I'm gonna coach you on that one.
Natalie says The Night Swim. Okay, yeah, it was really good. It was very good, just very uncomfortable. And yeah, absolutely makes you mad. It made me pissed. I was pissed. Okay, should we do one more sprint? I think one more for me.
One more. All right.
Let's see what we're doing.
If it's an hour, I say respin. All right. That's doable. I can do that.
30 minutes! 30 minutes! Okay, good. Are you sure you're going to be okay? It's going to get too late for you?
Nah, it's fine.
Because you got a very early morning tomorrow.
I do, but I also had daylight saving, so I'm not tired.
Okay.
So.
Oh,
30
my
minutes.
computer acts like it's not plugged in. Okay, so page is at 254. So you're like a little over halfway. Oh, you're about halfway. The pages. Good job, Paige. Well, you'll be carrying the conversation on Friday. Just kidding. Okay, let's see. We'll go. Oops. We'll go to 18.
All right.
All right. Oh no, no, don't worry, Paige. I'm gonna be reading.
Ow.
Happy reading, everybody. Hello. Your phone's way up there.
Nope.
How'd it go?
It went 26% of the new book.
Nice. You liking it?
Yeah, it's all right.
How'd you like the last one?
I think I gave it 3 stars. It was good.
Are they getting less good as you go along in the series?
Yes. So far. It's just getting a little, like the first few were kind of like almost different kinks, but not really, sort of. Which is fine. I like that. But now it's getting like one of them was kind of like mafia. And I've read some that I've liked, but I'm not hugely into the bad guy with the not even the heart of gold, but a bad guy that finds love.
Go ahead. Sorry.
No, I'm just, I don't mind the bad guy with the heart of gold, but I don't so much like the just a bad guy. So the mafia ones are a little, or like shady people ones are a little.
Yeah. And you're not, it's hard to like those characters then too, I imagine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
Well, boo. Boo for them.
It's still good. I mean, there's still good books so far, but they're definitely not my favorite of the series. No, this one is like the other side. We're talking about like, 007 MI6 agents. And I'm like, all right, now we're just getting like way away from the first book was a teacher and his student.
Oh.
And now we're in MI6 agents.
That's
and an undercover assignment.
A bit of a leap.
There's connections to all the books though. Like, even though we haven't seen the characters from the first one, we do occasionally see ones in the middle. They're all kind of connected. So it's just so weird to go from where we were in the first several books to these books.
Well, I read 12 or 13 pages. I get distracted easily, so.
I know. Apparently. Everybody was so interested in my food.
Not about your food and you making a mess of your food. I've got to get this far by tonight, and that's not bad.
No, it's not bad.
So, I can do it. I know I can do it. And I've been reading a lot more, not late at night, but like when I go to my room and I lay and I read for a while before going to bed. I've been doing a lot more of my reading at that time of day lately. It's been my successful reading time lately. So that's, of course, it's a problem if you end up staying up too late, but I have school tomorrow, so I can't stay up too late.
Makes sense.
Let's see. Naomi started a poetry collection. I have 30 pages left. That makes 3 books during sprints. Naomi, rock star. Absolute rock star. I hit the 50% mark in the Count of Monte Cristo fantastically in it. That's, I mean, you didn't start it today, so right?
That would be very impressive.
Yeah. What book are you talking about, Chelle?
I'm reading Just a Bit Shameless. It's a male romance series by Alessandra Hazard.
Is it on Kindle Unlimited?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. The series is called Straight Guys. Like each of the series is, somebody who's thought or been mostly straight their whole lives, meeting somebody not and falling in love and all that stuff. Yeah.
And wait.
And by book 8, you're at MI6 agents.
MI6 agents, thank you. Jesse's on page 42. That's fantastic. Congratulations. Congratulations, Jesse. I just reworded that.
She had to start reading more because her cat was sleeping on her crocheting, and so she couldn't teach
Oh,
the cat to crochet because she was sleeping.
oh, that makes sense actually. I'm halfway done with my book. Great job, Amber. Great job. 3 days until Amber gets married. I'm so excited for you. I read 24 pages of Clockwork Prince. So she read double what I read during, but she probably wasn't as distracted as I was of Chelle's eating, spilling.
I didn't spill anything. Lord.
Well, you were giggling as you were doing it, so I thought it was funny too.
I was giggling because Jesse started texting me about my
Oh.
food.
It looked good. I was like, dang it, I want a burrito. I was like, oh man, that looks good. Natalie got another 23 pages done. Page 263. Hoping to finish this book tonight. Just another 50-ish pages left.
You got
That's
this.
Tender as the Flesh. No, that was an audiobook that Natalie was reading. I already forgot. Oh no, LOL, it's been my audiobook for maybe a few months. Oh no, right, okay. I don't listen to a lot of audiobooks because I get distracted easily. I feel you, Leanna. That's why I mostly listen to La Quintista. That's right, Natalie. I knew that. Sorry. I listen to audiobooks mostly in the car. And I do sometimes listen to audiobooks when I'm doing chores or cleaning around the house, but that's also a time when I watch booktuber videos too. So like, just depends on what I'm in the mood for. I used to listen to a lot of podcasts, and I really like podcasts, but I don't listen to them now that I listen to more audiobooks, which I kind of miss listening to podcasts. Jesus, I can't seem to finish this last paragraph. I have writer's block. You did an amazing job this year. I'm so proud of you. Things went pretty well this year, but there are still some things we can talk about. We can think about good goals to have for next year. Or I don't know. I've got writer's block too. I didn't do my other math homework, but luckily this teacher doesn't mark us down if we turn it in late, and I've been turning in this particular part of my math homework in every Monday instead of Sunday, and she's been fine with it. So it's sometimes hard to do homework on the weekends because I don't want to.
Fair enough.
Plus, I already did 2 big assignments today, so then I feel like if I do a certain amount of homework in a day, my brain says, okay, you're done. Nope, no more. That's it. Forget it. Which is not the way it should be, but oh. Wow.
Then don't use any of the things that Amy suggested.
Yeah, don't say what I said. Don't let the door hit you on the way out. I'm just kidding. That's horrible. Sorry. Hopefully it's a positive new direction that you're going into, and we will miss your contributions to the team, but we will continue on without you. That's the best I got for you, Jean. But I think you'll get there. I always tried to cram homework on Saturdays so I can have Sunday off. Yeah, that's smart, Natalie. I had plans to try this term to not do homework on the weekends that much, but it really always depends on your teachers, like your professors. Most of my homework is due on Sunday evenings and on Tuesday evenings. That's when most of my homework is due. And then, of course, there's stuff to prepare for the other classes on other days. But when those are the days that my homework is due, then it makes it a lot harder to front load, especially because a couple of my teachers don't post the homework until a week in advance. So I always find that, and I've just been finding that this term, especially now that we're getting close to the end of it, I'm just falling a little further behind. And luckily for me, or unfortunately, my professors are all okay with it. Like, none of them are marking me late for my late work. But I also put a lot of work into what I actually submit. That's why today my math homework that I said wasn't my best work ever, I'm like, I wonder what she's going to say, because usually I overdo my homework. And so, it's good. I am so happy I could. uh, my skill is in diplomacy. Let's see. I still am a procrastinator. I'm so impressed with people who go back to school. I got my BA, and I'm so happy to never have to go back. Yeah, you're wiser than me, Jesse. I'm usually not a procrastinator. This term has been worse for my procrastination when it comes to my homework. And it's just a general like exhaustion almost. Like I just don't feel like doing it. I'm just like, no, I don't wanna. I'm too tired. But that's not true for like me being in the class with students. Like I'm still doing great with that and still loving all that. So I think I'm just done with school. I feel you, Jez. It's rough to go back to school. It's rough to maintain that motivation. It's okay to not give 100% of the time. Thank you, Natalie. Thank you. Mostly I've enjoyed having you on my team. Mostly. And wishing them luck. Yes. Yes. Good. That's probably easiest way to do it. Hi, I'm home from my third appointment for the day. Ooh, busy girl. Ready to nap. Well, we're gonna be heading off here in a minute or so anyways, because Chelle has a very early morning and I am actually need to read City of Lost Souls.
He was.
And it might be dinner time too. Hence why I was in an academic setting for 25 years and don't want to go back until I'm 50. Yeah, if I eventually get my master's, which of course will help with my income level being a teacher, it won't be anytime soon. And it'll be something I do while I'm working, because got my BA this year and don't ever want to go back, but we'll see how I feel in 2 to 3 years. School, there is definitely something attractive about school. Like there's a lot that's not fun about it, and I totally understand not wanting to go back ever, but I'm kind of a lifelong learner kind of person, and I just need to figure out how to do that without having it to be in a school setting. Just, you know?
Reading books is good for that.
Huh?
I said reading books is good for that.
Yeah. And I mean, since I'm going to become a teacher, we do all kinds of professional development weekly even. So I'll be constantly learning for that, and I don't have to necessarily step back into a college setting. So,
Yes.
yeah. But yeah, it's take your time and just enjoy not being in school, because it gets so well, you just finished, Natalie. It's so exhausting. I love learning, but having to submit stuff is unwanted stress. Yes. Yes. Got a sponsor. Oh my gosh, that's so amazing, Paige. Congratulations. Paige is going to be sponsored. I can't wait to see your spiel and to see how that goes. And we'll talk about that. I'm curious about your experience, Paige. I'm ABD, currently working on my dissertation. It has been a long road. I'm one of the oldest in my program, but I just remind myself everyone has their own journey. Yes. No, you should get one.
She's telling you
Get
to
a sponsorship. Oh, I thought you said you got a sponsorship for Skillshare and that we were celebrating you. See, it's getting too late for me mentally. You should get one. You are not. Shush you. Yeah, I don't know. I'm scared of that stuff, Paige. So we should talk about that when we get a chance. Like all that sponsorship stuff. That stuff scares the crap out of me. So we need to talk about it, Paige. I'm also having a tough time with the time change. Oh yeah. Good point, Jean. I forgot about that. I mean, I didn't forget about it, but I forgot about how that like affects us. Chelle said she's not feeling as tired. I'm feeling way more tired.
No, but I also slept in.
Oh.
So
Yeah.
I thought I slept till 8, but apparently I slept till 9.
Was it 10 though officially? Like with the old time?
No, 1 hour. So I thought I got up at 8, but I got up at 9.
Well, yeah. Our animals are pissed about it being an hour because they have to eat an hour later then. So they're like they were pissed at 4 because they're used to getting upset at 5. So at 5 they're like feed us, feed us, feed us, feed us, and they have to wait till 6 because that's their feed time. And then at 4 they were like starting to do their like feed us, feed us, feed us, and they had to wait 2 hours. Mom, she gave in and she fed them a little early. My cat was yelling at 3 this morning. Ugh, rude. I guess that would have been 4 though, so. Yeah, it's rough. It's rough having to switch. Although, apparently in 2023, if things all go the way they're supposed to, we're not supposed to be switching after November, I think, or after springing forward. That's the last time we'll be springing forward. I think if it stays in off, if it stays, huh?
Rude.
You don't like springing forward, falling back? I like falling
I
back.
like falling back. I don't like springing forward. So if our last one is supposed to be spring forward, it's rude.
Yeah, they should wait until we fall back and then leave.
Exactly.
Then, yeah,
Give me an extra hour and then stop it. Don't
that's
take an
a
hour
good
away
point.
and stop it.
Because we do look forward to that extra hour
I
every
do.
year.
I love that extra hour. That extra hour makes me so happy.
Don't get my hopes up. Well, that's what I heard. I don't know if it's going to go through. Who knows? Who knows?
I know they were talking about it.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know much.
Really quick, speaking of things that people are talking about, have you heard about the whole Kroger's Albertsons thing?
No.
Kroger's is trying to buy Albertsons for like $26 billion. Yeah, so Kroger's, which owns like Ralph's and Food for Less and whatever, and Albertsons, which of course owns Safeway and all of those stores.
Yeah.
They're trying to purchase the company.
Wait, so then Kroger's be in control of everything? Because like in Los Angeles, you have Ralph's and you have Albertsons.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So then.
And in California, you have San Jose and you have, well, you used to have Lucky, but now it's Albertsons, right?
Safeway.
Do you guys have Albertsons there?
We have Safeway.
Hmm.
So yeah.
Oh, Vaughn's. It was Vaughn's in Los Angeles.
I can't remember if we own Vaughn's. I don't remember.
Huh.
Albertsons owns a lot, but Safeway's the big one that I care about because that's the one I work for. But yeah, so apparently they're trying to have it go through for 2024. But
wouldn't that be like a giant monopoly though? Because
see, that's where it's coming in. Our unions are getting involved and they're trying to petition for it not to go through because if you think about it, if the place has a Ralph's and it has a Safeway, then one's going to close because now it's owned by the same people. Like,
right.
So it's going to lose a lot of people jobs. And then there's also something shady going on with them trying to use this sale to give like billions of dollars of money to the execs. Like,
Why
so
does that not surprise me?
The governor of California and a couple other governors are getting together to sue to stop them from this. And they're also looking into whether it's a monopoly if Kroger's ends up doing it. But so a judge has put a stay on it right now, but they're saying that economists are saying that if it does go through, it's going to raise grocery prices like crazy.
Oh gosh.
So yay, fun things that are happening right now.
I thought you were going to tell me something fun.
Well, I work for Safeway, so I'm looking
I
at this
know that's a big deal. Yeah.
going to be like another Toys R Us thing where you're going
I
to
know.
like bankrupt the company when you buy it and then screw everybody over and it's going to go down.
Why do you end up working for companies like this? Chelle?
Technically, when I started at Safeway, Albertsons didn't own it yet.
Right.
Albertsons bought it soon after I started working for them. Yeah. And they've been trying to sell it for a while now.
Jesse says, all right, it's getting suspiciously close to midnight and I work in the morning. Thanks for a lovely evening and happy birthday, sis.
Love you, Jesse.
Love you, Jez. Miss you. Yeah, that's awful, Chelle. Naomi says, I feel like I've heard that every year. I don't want to change anymore. It's havoc, yeah, as far as daylight savings. We'll see. But yeah. Paige. Classic rich people behavior. Come to Australia.
You guys got a Safeway down there that I can...
We're-
No, you guys have scary spiders. I'm sorry. I can handle the deadly snakes, not the crazy spiders. You're on your own, Paige.
It's so blown out of proportion.
I don't give a crap. I've seen pictures.
Well, I'm definitely going to come visit Paige.
Yeah, you're on your own. That's a place that I'll never visit.
I wish I could reassure you about the spiders, but I can't.
I can handle I can handle snakes. I can handle the deadly snakes. That's totally fine. I can handle a lot. I can handle geckos on the walls. I can handle cockroaches even to an extent. Deadly spiders, we're good. I will never set foot in your country.
You will go to Australia. Yeah, you're crazy. You will go there. You will go there. She'll go there, Paige. She just won't live there. But she'll live in Vermont, apparently.
They have Terminex there.
Oh my gosh.
And they're not known for the deadly spiders.
She does not handle spiders well. Well, Ash cannot deal with cockroaches.
I
Neither
don't like
can Nathaniel.
And Nathaniel can't deal with them at all. I don't like them. I don't like any bug, but I can go over and stick a cup over it until it dies and then get rid of it.
Yeah. I don't mind cockroaches. Oh, that bad, huh? Is Nathaniel like that too, like with cockroaches?
Not that bad, but definitely like, no.
Doesn't handle them well.
No.
Yeah, sorry, Skylar. We are just finishing out. We've had a pretty long go tonight. We both have early mornings tomorrow. Well, Chelle has a very early morning, and I have a semi-early morning. So
I get up at 1:30 in the morning.
yeah. So it is time. It's past your bedtime.
A little bit.
Well, thank you for joining me, and thank you everybody who came and celebrated with us for Chelle's birthday and sang with us, even though if you just sang at home. Thank you so much for coming, and thank you for reading with us and all the productivity we did. And anything else? Any other thoughts, Chelle?
None.
All right. Okay, good night, everybody.
Good night.
Thanks, happy birthday. Bye, and happy birthday again. Thanks for the sprints, yay. Thanks for the sprints, happy birthday. And congratulations, Amber, on your wedding.
Yes.
Woo! Good night, Paige.